Morning, ladies and gents. Let's take up our seats. Let's take up our seats. Just a sound check. Kanil, you can hear me there on Zoom? Right, thank you. All right, let's slowly calm down. We know there's a huge accident on the highway. I passed it myself 5:15 this morning, and when I ran about when it happened, there's two big trucks that hit each other on the highway. So more than half of the highway is closed. So we're already receiving a lot of messages from people that we're stuck on the highway. But yes, so hopefully they'll get here soon. Just giving a few minutes. There's still people coming in there. We will start in 5 minutes or so. All right, ladies and gents, we're going to start in 3 minutes' time. Okay, sit nog met die program op. Can you have a program, please? Right, there we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome at University of Johannesburg Transport Month celebrations with the Transport Forum. I'm so proud having you guys here. For the sake of the recordings and so on, it's today the 6th of October, 2022. And we're talking today about reviewing transport and the economy. And our host for today, University of Johannesburg Transport and Supply Chain Management, they're going to do the formal welcome in the body of Dr. Josh Mageto. He will do it just now. Yeah, so just a little bit housekeeping. The restrooms, when you exit that door and you turn right, you walk right into the restrooms. Bear in mind that this is, to the true sense of the word, a hybrid event. That's why you see all these cameras. It's actually 3 cameras. So you're on camera all the time. And you're on camera live on Zoom and on YouTube. And then obviously in the video. So take cognizance of that. And thank you for allowing us to record you. And then we will give recognition to our exhibitors here. Yeah, I just want to say we know about the accident on the freeway. 2 trucks that crashed, and a lot of people are informing us that they're sitting there. Jack, I think you should have gone past that as well, the accident. Okay, bypassing. So a lot of people will still join us. Ladies and gents, I would like to give opportunity for Dr. Josh Mageto to do the formal welcome for us, and then we'll start with the rest of the introductions. Thank you very much, Josh Mageto, our host for the day.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Great, that's a nice voice. Yeah, on behalf of the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management and the University of Johannesburg, and on behalf of my head of department, Professor Nolene Pisa, I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this event. I know it's a great event, especially in the space of transport and the logistics. And it's very important that we meet each and every month in all the activities of this particular forum, so that we discuss what entails transport and the logistics. So this morning, we are reviewing transport and the economy. And the big question is, does really transport contribute to the economy? The thing is more of a rhetorical question, because we all know the answers. But to what extent does it contribute to the economy? Now, if we talk about South Africa, one thing we learn is that all the economic activities in South Africa are closely linked to the ability to move goods from point A to point B. And here we mean from points of production to where consumption is. And all this, we need transport. Transport becomes a very important link for the economy. We also know that this transport cannot operate. We can't have proper transportation if government does not provide proper infrastructure, because all transport activities take place within a given infrastructure. But then one thing that we learn is that in recent years, there has been more and more declined investment in transport infrastructure, and that has increased the cost of transport. Now, when it comes to the looking at the transport activity or transport sector within the economy, we get that from a very conservative figure, it contributes about 6.5% to GDP. And out of this 6.5%, 56% of it is logistics costs, whereby transport is a major component of this particular cost. And that creates a need that we need to make sure we run proper transport activities within the economy, if at all we want to grow the economy. Then when it comes to the socioeconomic perspective, we get that transport provides access to areas of production, and also it provides access to people who want to spend money so as to stimulate the economy. If there is no proper transportation, there'll be no proper production activities going on, and there'll be no proper activities of spending money, because we want also people to spend money for the economy to grow. Access to education, access to raw materials in the upstream, distribution of goods to demand areas, and also promotion of tourism activities. All this requires that we have proper transport activities. Now, from a broader perspective, we can talk of transport in terms of public transport and freight transport. From a public transport perspective and road passenger transport, we find that the minibus taxis still remain the most popular due to their flexibility of service. We also note that access to buses is limited, and where there is access, there is always no ability to fully utilize them because of the constrained and reliability and also insufficient frequencies of these buses. We note that Metrorail within the Johannesburg region is also declining, and also across the country, and it's a severe decline that we're noticing. Gautrain, we also note that it's not meeting the numbers that they are projected to meet. So passenger numbers are not met. We note that air passenger transport is also doing well, though in a very volatile environment. It's good, recovering well from COVID, but then there is declined capacity in the domestic market. This partly is caused by, of course, the high increase in fuel, and also this increases the declined capacity has increased the cost of travel within the domestic air market. There is also reduced international connectivity because of the shrinkage in South African Airways. Now, when it comes to freight transport, one thing that we note clearly is that trucks are still dominant mode within the South African region and also within the SADC region. Transnet Freight Rail has challenges, and we all know many of these challenges. Maritime transport is also affected by a number of issues, including port congestion, including the hacking that we heard about, and also competition from ports that are coming up in Namibia and also in Mozambique. All these are going to compete with the Durban port and the Cape Town port. We also note that air cargo is picking up after COVID, but then there is lack of modal integration. So all this, whenever there is a small problem within the road transport, there is delays all through the system. Now, what are the contemporary issues that the transport industry is facing? Among the issues that the transport industry is facing is increasing population. Now, that means more demand for goods and more demand for movement. What solutions are we having for this? And what we're saying is that small solutions are not going to suffice. We need to think big. We need to think big. There is also a lack of modal integration within the public transport space. And what exactly are we doing around this? There is also lack of proper application of information technologies. Now we think of a smart mobility concepts, but then what are we doing exactly to move towards that particular concept or move towards smart mobility? Then one thing that we're noting is that there is a lack of overall urban solutions. And generally, there is a lack of an overarching plan for Johannesburg law enforcement. So, and that is why we're losing much of the infrastructure that is in place. Then we look at the city of Johannesburg and we see a coordinated approach to subsidies, marketing, ticketing, and all these aspects are impacting on the industry negatively. Safety regulation is also remains a challenge, especially on the road modes. Congestion is up in urban roads. Then we ask, if we have congestion, where is Metro Rail to help us solve some of these congestion issues? There is also a serious debate on rail versus road freight. And where is our stand on this? What do we want? Do we want to move to rail freight, or do we want to remain on road? And what, if we want to move to rail, what are we doing so that we move towards rail? Of course, we know on the table there is TPA, that is third-party access, but to what extent is this becoming a solution, and what time do we expect it to start being implemented? There's also declining funding on public transport. Now, what if we do not have funding for public transport? What will happen? What next? What solutions do we have on the table? There is also an agenda of green transport, whereby we talk about sustainability, whereby we talk about reducing over-reliance on fossil fuels, such as diesel and petrol. Then we talk about electric vehicles. How exactly, how are we moving there? What are the plans? What plans do we have to move towards that particular direction? Then we now conclude that to maximize economic and social gains, the transport industry must function properly, and it needs comprehensive solutions, whereby we have a systems approach to transport and no piecemeal approaches. So in other words, we are talking of a need for big solutions, model shifts, proper integration, and heavy investment in the big picture solutions, and also harnessing technology, making use of technology to ensure that we have proper transport in our country. So, ladies and gentlemen of the Transport Forum, you are all welcome and participate fully in today's engagements. Welcome, all of you.
Thank you very much to our host for today. Really a privilege being hosted by University of Johannesburg. Thank you very much for your kind support. Also, University of Johannesburg has been instrumental to the Transport Forum since inception more than 15 years ago. So thank you very much for that. Right, let me just put up our programming again. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have a little bit of fun. A lot of fun. And that is we're going to give recognition to our sponsors and our exhibitors today. And obviously our exhibitors are sponsors as well. So what we're planning to do is we're going to use a mobile camera and a microphone, and we're going to move to these tables. And they're going to tell you more about their tables. Remember, we're on Zoom and YouTube as well. So they're going to tell us more about what they do, their companies, invite you to the tables and so on. They've been warned that this is going to happen. So we're going to move to the table. So remember, the Transport Forum is a complimentary platform. Free access to everybody to attend, free access on the related content on the web. So we must have somebody that makes this possible. And I just want to give recognition quickly to our major alliances, and then we'll move to the tables. All right, so the Transport Forum is proudly associated with these 6 industry associations and industry bodies, professional bodies. So South African Association of Freight Forwarders, the Road Freight Association, South African Express Parcel Association, South African Bus Operators Association, African Rail Industry Association, and the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. And as we go along this morning, we will determine, they're going to do a presentation in person or how they're going to do this. But so Express Parcel Association, represented the body of the express delivery industry in South Africa. Gary Marshall and his team, thank you very much for aligning formally with the Transport Forum. We've got the Road Freight Association. We're going to visit their desk just now. Thank you very much for your support. We've got Aria, and I don't know if Misela is online. Misela is not here, she's online. But Misela, the CEO, we would like to give recognition to a lady we've been very proud of, the CEO of the African Rail Industry Association. Congratulations, Misela, who won the Excellence in Leadership Award at the Women in Transport Awards 2022. The awards were hosted by the Transport Evolution Africa Forum to recognize women like Kopi and Slapu who strive to make a difference in the transport sector. Let's give Misela a big hand. All right, then we've got the South African Bus Operators Association. We will visit their desk just now. South African Association of Freight Forwarders. They haven't got a desk yet this morning, but you can see they've already been established in 1921. It's a national association of members throughout the Republic of South Africa. Thank you, SAF. Right, Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. There's the desk in the corner there. We're going to visit them just now. We also have formal industry alliances, media alliances with the Transport Forum, which we are very proud of. And we've got Freight News. We're going to visit their desk just now. There's our Freight News. News and features for import, export decision makers. Definitely need to subscribe to them. We've got Railways Africa Magazine. It's Africa Continent Specialist Trade, technical business-to-business online publication covering all aspects of the rail sector. All about rail infrastructure, very important in our lives. And we've got Engineering News from Crema Media. And they really sent us the update. Which one is it? All right, so let's just play a little video they've shared with us.
Published on Friday, 7 October 2022. In this week's cover article, Engineering News and Mining Weekly correspondent Rebecca Campbell writes that the South African Astronomical Observatory has added important capabilities to its telescopes this year. The South African Astronomical Observatory, or SAAO, business unit of the National Research Foundation, is focused on optical astronomy. For the past 50 years, all its operating telescopes have been located in Sutherland in the Karoo region in the Northern Cape Province, where it hosts no fewer than 24 telescopes. The Engineering News features focus on wind energy, where an increased generation capacity of wind farms will boost decarbonization, and Sasol, where plans remain in place despite setbacks. The Mining Weekly features focus on crushing, screening, and milling, where the company has a unique blend of crushing and screening equipment on offer. Conveyors and components, where a manufacturer launches a new range of mobile conveyors, and a review of electromagnetic equipment, where the trade show welcomes over 30,000 visitors. This week's business leader is Mesa Michelin, co-founder and executive director of Michelin, a partner group. And in this week's cartoon, the US dollar's rapid performance in September left many other currencies quite shaken, including the British pound. Given the extent of the economic and financial headwinds heightened in South Africa's case by intense load shedding, the rand is likely to remain uncertain for some time. We hope you enjoy this week's edition of Crema Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly. Be sure to subscribe to the magazine that offers you in-depth news about developments in the real economy by emailing subscriptions@engineeringnews.co.za. Happy reading.
Right. Thank you very much for Engineering News. Recognition to our platinum sponsors, the Transport Forum C-Track. We're going to visit their desk just now. And then also University of Johannesburg, they've got a desk here this morning as well as our host. So I'm going to stop here with the formal introductions. What we're going to do now is we're going to visit the desks. And as we approach the area desk, Marcela, if you're online, then I'll go to the Zoom station and let's see if you want to say a few words from the Zoom station. But let's start here at the left now at Freight News, and bear with us. We will obviously visit the desk now. Right, we're approaching the Freight News desk, and they're going to tell us a little bit more.
Thank you, Harry, for hosting us today. My name is Samantha. I represent a publication called Freight News, formerly known as FTW. We publish daily news via our website, freightnews.co.za, and weekly features, which you can come and grab a copy here. If you want to create some awareness around your brand, come chat to me. We've been in the industry for 50 years, celebrating our anniversary in January. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Freight News. Congratulations. Let's move to Zutari, who's going to say a few words.
Thank you, Harry. My name is Fanny Klava. I am, as you know, Zutari is a management-owned engineering and advisory firm. I'm with my 4 colleagues here. Just for the audience this side, they can just stand up to be noticed and recognized. As you know, Zutari has evolved over years. Many of you knows it from the time of Africon. You knew it. Okay, let me even go one step backwards, Jack. You know it from Van Wyk and Low times. Many of us were not born even then. Africon, and then we became Orocon. And in the middle of COVID-19, we became truly African company called Zutari, which is a Swahili name, and which stands for, I thought I will run a quiz because we finish in 90 years this year, and some of you will be invited to celebrate that. So Swahili name of Zutari, first name is Mzulia, meaning invent in English. And the last part of it, Naktiri, it's nectar. So it's invent nectar. That's what Zutari stands for. That will be completing its 90 year celebration this year. I had 3 prizes, but due to time factor, I was going to quiz you. How many years do you think this Zutari will be? And there's a prize for you in here. So you'll get prizes by intuition. If I like you, I will walk towards you. You'll just have a lunch. But anyway, to cut a long story, we are completing a century of true impact. And as I said, Zutari is an engineering and advisory firm. We believe in infrastructure has an unparalleled potential to create an enduring impact. Never more relevant. This potential can be realized only if we plan, which is what we do well. We design, which is what we do very well. Some of you we have worked with you in these areas. We deliver, execute our projects very well, as you know, and we manage infrastructure in ways that maximize its value. Even the previous speaker was talking at that. So at Zutari, we understand that radical impact doesn't just happen. It requires more of us, connect differently, work smarter, and stay rooted. Colleagues, welcome to the Transport Forum, which I think we are co-founders. We co-founders with you, and we believe in the work of the Transport Forum. We have been working with you many years. We hosted this forum many a times in our premises. We're still looking forward to work with everyone in here. Thank you. That's Zutari, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Utari. Proud having you on board. All right, let's move to JC Auditors, another gold sponsor. Oliver.
Thanks, Harry. Good morning, colleagues. It's a warm welcome from the JC Auditors team. Basically, what we do is promote safety and compliance. We're very proud of the fact that we're the only body in Africa that offers the entire suite of ISO certifications. And many of you would know we are RTMS auditors, and we have a passion to promote safety and compliance on our road networks. The sad reality, ladies and gents, is that we've got such a poor track record in our roads, number of crashes, fatalities. And as the transport industry, we need to take ownership of the problem and find solutions. And that's kind of what we do at the heartbeat of JC Auditors. Enabling transporters to understand how do they implement systems and a framework to ensure that there are minimal risk on the road networks. And I know that ESG is now becoming a buzzword globally. Investors are looking to put their money into companies that can demonstrate they've got sustainable and safe and good governance systems in place. And that's exactly what JC Auditors now team does. We've got a team of 18 that covers Southern Africa, all 9 provinces here in our country, Namibia, Botswana, and a few other neighboring SADC countries. We promote environmental compliance. We promote compliance with occupational health and safety. And especially important for me is quality performance. You know, in the world today, we need to be competitive. We need to ensure our products and services are at the highest possible levels and comparable to global standards. And all our certifications are recognized in terms of the IAF, the International Accreditation Forum. So when you get a certificate from our business, you can be sure it is accepted globally. We look forward to engaging with the colleagues today. Harry, thanks again. And we have a lovely braai set that we're giving away as a gift. All you have to do, either here physically, or if you're online, to like our page on LinkedIn, JC Auditors, and we'll do a lucky draw, and one lucky person will get a whole braai set to braai over Christmas. We've got some other goodies to give away, so pop around, have a chat, and grab a goodie. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you very much, JC Auditors. Now, ladies and gents, a lot of these tables have lucky draws. We're going to do lucky draws at the end of the event today. That's a carrot for you guys to stay to the end, besides the good presentations. And the Transport Forum per se also have a lucky draw. So in the podium, actually, it's a security camera worth about 1,000 rands. So we're going to have a draw on that camera as well at the end of the day. All right, so let's have a look at SILT, C-I-L-T. Thank you very much, SILT.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to keep it really short today, but basically SILT, we're the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. And what we are is a leading professional body for people in logistics and transport and supply chain. So we have different kinds of memberships. We have individual memberships, student memberships, as well as organizational memberships. And what we are is a family. We pull together opportunities. We have events that we host and that we have sponsors for. For more information on SILT, obviously, you can come to the stand whenever possible. And today we're going to be having a giveaway. So our giveaway is going to be the International SILT accredited diploma in logistics and transport. And our sponsors for today is the Supply Chain Academy as well as BizCo for this diploma. Thank you.
Great stuff. Congratulations. Thank you, CLT. Right. BizCo, tell us about BizCo.
Thank you, Harry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Valine Mudambo, representing BizCo this morning. BizCo is a skills development and training company focusing on supply chain and logistics. We offer training from NQF level 3 to level 5. And we are giving away a diploma in transport and logistics, a SALT accredited international diploma, to one lucky winner this morning. All you have to do is come to our stand and enter the draw. We wish you all the best to the lucky winner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Briscoe. All right, Pegasus, you want me?
Hi, morning, everyone. Thank you, Harry, for having us over. I'm Ahmed Mullah. I represent a firm called Pegasus. I'm here with my colleague, Kevin Konana, who's actually going to be presenting a bit later. And in essence, what Pegasus is about, we're a multidisciplinary management and strategy consulting firm. We operate across different practices, from transport to cities, to climate, water, wastewater. But specifically in the transport space itself, we work across multiple types of projects, from transport planning and business planning type projects. We've been working for a long period of time in the IPTN space as well. We do sort of financial and business planning work. We in the policy development space, land value capture. In fact, Kevin and colleagues are going to be presenting on that later. Transit-oriented development and so on. So we've got a whole suite of service offering. We recently working very closely with the minibus taxi industry as well on some really exciting pilot projects in the Western Cape. Some of you might already know it of Blue Dot, and work closely with the MyCity colleagues as well. So we're quite excited to share some of the work that we've been doing specifically in the minibus taxi space as well, but also in the sort of tech systems development space for freight and so on as well. So really excited to meet everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pegasus. Great having Pegasus with the Transport Forum. Easy clear.
Morning, Harry. Thank you. Morning, everybody. It's always very nice to be here and supporting the Transport Forum, and especially so to be here in person. My name is Michael Henning, and I'm the General and Sales Manager for EasyClear. EasyClear is a software service provider, and we provide software solutions to the freight forwarding, clearing, and logistics industry chain as a whole. Our most recent product or our innovations are we've moved into a software as a service space. So we provide software on the web, truly web-based product, and infrastructure as a service. We take care of the clearing agents or brokers as they're known, and we make it easy to move your freight and your cargo across border, road, air, and sea modality, including obviously a finance package and everything around and related to the freight forwarding and clearing industry. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Mike, and EasyClear. Right, the Road Freight Association.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gloria Moyepi. I work for the Road Freight Association. I'm responsible for the membership and recruitment within the Road Freight Association. So basically what Road Freight does is our core business is mainly on collective bargaining and lobbying in all the government structures. So we have 3 types of membership. That will be the operator membership and affiliate membership and associate membership. So for the operator membership, it's for everybody that has road and logistics transport. And then the affiliate is for the service providers in the industry, and the associate is for the suppliers in the industry. So our membership is tiered based on the type of membership that you take, either between the 3 of them. So I'm not going to talk much about the Road Freight Association because my CEO will be presenting after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Road Freight Association. All right, there's Mr. B. Right, Sababa.
Thank you, Harry. That was a deliberate move to let the brains trust get the first good picture. Morning, everybody. Basil Govender from Sabawa. Let me introduce you to my very tight and efficient team. Rika van Eerden, multidisciplinary, HR, payroll, administrator, debt collector, and Precious Seobi, the nerve center, who keeps us functioning and planning. You all know, so the secret, I take the front line most of the time, but this is where all the work gets done. So from a personal acknowledgement point of view, they've done well to put the table together. Sabawa, Southern African Bus Operators Association, the foremost recognized association for the bus and coach industry, collaboratively with many other associations and our stakeholders, including government at all tiers, and looking to keep the narrative going, as Dr. Josh intimated in his intro, about the challenges around transport and road-based public transport in its entirety. Thank you, Harry. Good relationship with yourselves, and we have some similar relationships with some other stakeholders today, and looking forward to all the discussion and narrative. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Basil and Sabawa. Right, we're coming to Transport Forum's platinum sponsor, CTRAC.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the CTRAC table. As a global leader in vehicle telematics and fleet management, we are in the business of keeping vehicles, fleets, and their occupants always visible. With over 35 years experience, a continuous investment in research and development, we are committed to making sure your vehicle and your fleet is always visible. Our key focus areas are safety and security, driving behavior, productivity and efficiency. Sorry, I'm super nervous. Control and compliance, and asset management. My name is Festa Hansen, and this is my colleague, Freddie Berger. We are new business sales consultants for CTRAC head office. Our job is to mitigate the risk that your fleet poses on the road. Please come visit us. We would love to have a chat with you. Thank you.
Thank you, CTRAC. They've been part of the Transport Forum from the start. Definitely so. Thank you very much. Aurea, I just want to see if Michelle also want to say a few words, but while you guys are talking, I'm going to run to the Zoom station and see if Michelle also wants to come up.
Good day, everyone. Speaking is Bantu Bonke Hlophe, and with me is my colleague, Rebecca. What does ARIA do? So ARIA is an export council and we are an advocacy association. So what we've done recently is we participated in the drafting of the white paper on the rate policy. Yeah, and that was a really great plan. Yeah, we had a good plan over there. And what Dr. Josh said really got to me, that there is an increasing traffic on our roads, which undermines the infrastructure on our roads. And the public has been concerned that we are trying to take business from the trucking industry. That's not what we're trying to do. You know, the road industry is already overwhelmed and the demand is increasing and we need green transport like the doctor said. So what we're doing is really trying to help South Africa find a cheaper mode of transport that will be a new direction in terms of our economy, to shape the economy of South Africa. Yeah. Thank you very much for having us.
Just see, there's a Marcella, we're going to bring you in.
Good morning. I quickly had to run to the office because of load shedding in my area. And just want to say good morning to everybody. The work that we do as ARIA, it's quite significant and is important for the economy. Most of us know that Transnet unions are on strike, and this is the perfect moment to highlight the need for third-party access. We are in an emergency situation as a country. This has nothing to do with Mesela. This has a lot to do with you and me as South Africans to make sure that our economy does not collapse. Bring in private sector is not privatization, is not white monopoly capital, but we need to save what we have left. And being awarded an award at Transport Evolution of Excellence in Leadership, I will continue fiercely advocating for the private sector to be part of third-party access. What we do does not only mean that the Mesela gets to get more awards, but it means that we are taking an active role in society where government comes up with plans, we partner with government, ensure that those plans are implementable. And the number of, the high number of unemployment would be significantly reduced if we follow the structural reform as pronounced by the president. And I think that anyone that finds a loophole undermines the president himself and his office. And we need to continue working hard to save the railways, to ensure that, one, we increase jobs, two, we ensure that we revitalize the railway sector. For us to export, we need to make sure that production takes place in South Africa. Already with the war between Russia and Ukraine, we have had multiple inquiries coming from the likes of India, where they're looking for local suppliers. So we are in the right moment, structural reform for export purposes, increase employment. With the Transnet strike, it's a perfect example that our state-owned entity is in ICU, but probably in denial. It's a quadruple heart attack that we are facing, but the state-owned entity must be honest with itself that they are indeed in trouble. And thank you very much, Harry, for always being a partner and a glue to the transport sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Thank you for the message. All right, ladies and gents, we're going to move now to University of Johannesburg, our host for today.
Morning, everyone. I'm proud to be associated with the Transport Forum. You may not be aware, but the University of Johannesburg is ranked 3rd in the country, and it's the proud home of the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management. In the department, we offer a wide range of qualifications and opportunities for school leavers and industry people to articulate and progress with various qualifications in the industry. We have a number of qualifications, both face-to-face and online. These include industry-focused, limited contact continuing education programs, where we have 4 diplomas in logistics management, as well as transport management, with the option to specialize in passenger or freight. On the higher face-to-face contact programs, we've got diplomas and degrees in logistics and transport economics, all the way to honors, masters, and PhD. Our department is a proud home of an Institute of Transport and Logistics Studies, which houses a research that is done in the department, as well as our postgraduate student research. Our department has a very keen interest in topical issues in research in the industry, and I'm proud to announce that we have developed a short learning program in green transport, which we'll be offering with the sponsorship of the Transport Education Training Authority, the TETA. So please look out for information around that. We'll ask Harry to circulate more information around this short learning program. I think green transport and the environment is a very important and topical issue that we all have to understand and ensure we equip our operations adequately to be future fit. We've also developed a short learning program in drone technology and its application in business. Again, this short learning program is funded by the TITA, and we will be actively looking for participants as we have funding to support whoever is interested. We have various areas of interest in research, which are cross-cutting and multidisciplinary. Of particular interest is skills research, whereby we have done several years of research into the needs of the industry in terms of the skills gaps and what needs to be done to ensure that efficiencies are brought to businesses and to the economy. We also focus on urban mobility needs in terms of passenger transport. I think transport planning has to have inputs from the demand side. What are passengers' needs? We've seen with COVID-19 that people's travel patterns and work patterns have changed, but little research has been done in the South African context. So we're looking at how travel demand has changed, and hopefully all of these inputs can be factored into policy as well as operational planning. We are very proud to be associated with the Transport Forum, and we hope that today will be very productive, and it's an opportunity for us to recognize the importance of transport and its important role in the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nolene Pisa. University of Johannesburg has also been part of the Transport Forum since inception. Thank you very much for making it possible. Really appreciate it. Right, we're getting to Standard Bank.
Thank you, Harry, and welcome everybody and those online. So Zutari, Standard Bank turns 160. So we're 160 years old, yes, the largest bank by assets on the continent. So we really have a big focus around making sure we can support industry. So as a matter of interest, we also promote just energy and just transport. So we're the only bank that openly supports best practice, which are things like RTMS. Young Oliver over there is one of our partners when it comes to the promotion of best practice, driving standards, that's Standard Bank when it comes to transportation. And we play a huge role when it comes to public transport. Standard Bank finances 70% of all your big operators that are rendering services in every region. So we're serious about committing to capable capital and capable people. And our customers, we embrace them. Our culture is one of compliance, but also about being energetic, about being motivated and passionate. That's you, Harry. Stand still. So the reality is that we have a huge passion, and also Professor Pizza did not mention, but in the road transport diploma in the second year, there's a module on RTMS. Yes, see, she's nodding with great enthusiasm, and I love your energy and welcome. I think you've been at the helm now for almost 3 years, 4 years. That's fantastic. And she just recently come back from Sydney, from Threadbow, which is the largest, most influential bus conference around policies and regulatory changes, which is coming to South Africa in September 2024 to Cape Town. That is something really to put in your diary and to commit to. So I think also just around the table, I've got my colleague next to me, Marilyn, some other colleagues over there. My colleague Bianca organized everything. And Harry, we're also proud partner of the Transport Forum. I think we're going into our 4th year as a proud partner. And of course, I've been around many more years than that, supporting the Transport Forum. So apart from talking about just energy and just transition and just transport, we obviously do financing too, by the way. So our focus is really to do things the right way. So we've got a big focus on the environmental impact of our operators. That is why we promote RTMS. And RTMS we've got over 200 odd case studies. Am I right, Oliver? Yes, just not. Around best practice, and there's a big focus around ESG. But I think the important part is there's a huge focus on what's happening with the climate impact. So we also drive and promote doing the right thing. So RTMS also ensures route risk assessment. Our customers, we assist them to onboard RTMS. We do a route risk assessment at the operation. We'll do free compliance audit at the operation. And every single one of our operators that have adopted RTMS since 3095 has shown huge improvements in terms of crash reductions, driver improvement, driver health, happiness, happy, healthy drivers, happy, healthy profits. But more than that, also around fuel consumption reduction. So we're also one of the first banks that promotes PBS, which is around innovation in the transport industry. We fund the only PBS bus operator in the country on the continent, Buscore. They run bi-articulated buses. They can transport up to 108 people safely. Oh, and by the way, they have a big component of women drivers, and the women drivers at Buscore have less crashes, less maintenance spend, less fuel consumption comparable to the male colleagues. Also, it's a much easier drive. You don't have this whiplash effect when they stop and start. So, and also we're a proud partner with the Commercial Transport Academy for women development in transport, women drivers, with Nikki Scott and the team. And then on top of that, we also very much a partner with Patrick O'Leary with Fleet Watch to train traffic officials around understanding how to do proper roadworthiness inspections, where you literally get yourself dirty, you go under the truck, check for slack adjusters that are not out of sync. Brake boosters must be operational. So I think the short version is Standard Bank is passionate about transport, the right transport for the right reason, the right truck, the right bus, and the right driver. And thank you so much for being here today. And we're really pleased that we can support the Transport Forum once again. Thank you, Harry.
Standard Bank and Impressive Bank. Thank you very much, Standard Bank. That's it. Well, ladies and gents, now we're going to Boleng Bontle Consultant, Olga Mashilu, and she administers also the Transport Forum's business directory.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for having us. And Harry, we appreciate what you are doing for us as the transport and logistics companies. I'm Olga Mashilo from Boleng Bontle Consultants. Our company deals with compliance and business leads with research on the various industries, construction and transport especially. I'm also the administrator for the business directory, Transport Forum Business Directory, where you list your business so that you will be able to do business with other potential clients or even partnership with other business partners should you need. We have about 7,000 people who access our website monthly to see who they can do business with. So we would appreciate you if you can visit our desk. If you are not yet listed on our business directory, please come and visit our desk. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Very important place to visit the business directory as well. Ladies and gents, a white Polo KP75KDGP. Lights are on, they say. A white Polo. All right, yes, somebody want to share a few words with us? Oh, okay. So it's SAPAC, and they're going to share a few words with us. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Kgotsong. Ke a leboga. My name is Asaria Khalimi Matabuche from South African Road Passenger Bargaining Council. I'm not alone. I'm with my colleague, Denise Pillay. She's seated that side. She will move to this table because we are just allocated the table now. I'm just going to be brief about the Bargaining Council. We've realized as a Bargaining Council that in this industry, a Bargaining Council is regarded as a monster, and we fail to understand why. We've got so many operators who do not want to come near us, thinking that we're going to chow their businesses, and that is not the intention. All what I want to emphasize here is that a Bargaining Council is there to assist both the employees and the employers of the industry. We're dealing with both the issues of cases or disputes, and the issue of compliance. So we still have got many operators who are not clued up about the issues of bargaining council. And we know we've spoken to SAPWA before about making sure that this information is disseminated accordingly to the operators. But it seems as if there is an element of reluctance from the side of the operators. So we want to assure everyone here that we are not a monster. We are a bargaining council that has a mandate from the Labor Relations Act. So we are just playing that role and nothing else. I thank you.
Thank you, Sabek. I'm sure that they will also visit your table. So ladies and gents, those are our formal exhibitors and our sponsors with the Transport Forum. I've said about the polo. Let me just get to this microphone. All right, so obviously not all our sponsors was in a position to exhibit here today. So I just want to run through our slides. There we've got, can we have the slides on there, please? There we go, Unitrans, also a proud gold sponsor of the Transport Forum. We've got Bid Air Cargo, great organization, also related to SAPA, South African Express Parcel Association. Thank you very much for your gold sponsorship. Global Trade Solution, based in the Cape, Century City, imports and exports, Global Trade Solution. Ticket Pro Travel, it's very much convenient and safe tool for all your business and your travel bookings. So we appreciate their gold sponsorship. The same group, they have this Smart Tab solution. Smart Tab solution includes key features like comprehensive route management, flexible passenger payment methods, flexible route and fare productions, product setup, shift and dispatch management, cashier system, inspection tools, and comprehensive MIS tools. Thank you very much, Smart Tab, for your support. Right, we've had JC Auditors and we've got Standard Bank. I just want to make sure that I've run. Oh, here we are, Cuba. Suren, I don't know if you want to say a few words about Cuba. Where is Suren? You want to say a few words quickly?
Thank you, Harry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Suren Gawanda, and I'm representing Cuba today. Firstly, at the outset, I'd like to thank Harry and the Transport Forum team for putting together this fantastic event. Just something quickly about Cuba. Cuba is a global company that specializes in transport ticketing. One of our key aims is to remove the burden of passenger transport ticketing. And also, furthermore, we use that opportunity to work with operators to maximize their revenue collection in terms of efficiencies. While we know that costs are ever increasing for operators, we provide technology solutions in terms of revenue collection that assist operators in maximizing their revenue collection. Harry, once again, thank you.
Thank you, Cuba, for your gold sponsorship. All right, with Easy Clear, I just want to make mention of Urbania Capital, also Bespoke Taxi Solutions, with Celia Majola. Want to give her recognition as well for involvement with the Transport Forum. All right, and then, ladies and gents, a lot of you might have met Kobe Heyman. She is Associate Liaison Officer for the Transport Forum. She done a lot of work in actually helping us with the logistics and arranging this event. So she's a specialist in communications and related fields. So also let's give Kobe a big hand for helping us a lot with today's arrangements. Right, there's our sponsors. We're very proud in being associated with all these organizations. Our business director you just heard about, Boleng Bontle Consultant, please visit the desk there on my right. Business director of Transport Forum is only 450 rands a year to get listed on all our platforms, and that's quite effective. So the website, just to let you know that the website, there you can download all the presentations for free, complimentary. You log into the website. Should you not have access yet, you sign up, click on sign up, and you register your own complimentary account. You go to the search engine, it's events downloads, at the top field, you can type in a name or a topic and you hit search, and it'll take you through all 15 years worth of presentations. Very powerful search engine, and you can download presentations for free. Or the bottom field, you can go and you select category, and from category you can select the date of the event, and it'll bring up the presentation presented on that day. So it's very easy, but very powerful. So that brings us back to our Transport Forum program for today, and we're reviewing transport and the economy. It's the 6th of October, and our keynote speaker then, Mr. Jack van der Merwe. Thank you very much, Jack, for being here once again. He's the Chief Executive Officer of the Gauteng Transport Authority. He's going to talk about the role of transport and the impact thereof on the future economy. Thank you very much, Jack. Dit so lank, Jack. Dit sê amper ding. Ek het net jou gemakliker, ek moet seker maak.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. There's a guy called Professor Nick Bernardell, who was the dean of the business school, Gibbs Business School, and he said the world is marching to 3 C's, and that's going to drive the world in the next decade. The first C is change. He says we're continuously changing. If you think you've changed it, you've finished, then you are finished. We have to keep on changing, and we have to stay in front of it. It says that people who don't change will become irrelevant. Companies, countries. People who change with change will survive, but people who drive change will lead. So change is a challenge, and change is a way of life that you have to embrace. The second C is complexity. We're working in the most complex world that's ever been. We have an overload of data. We have the 4th industrial revolution that is giving us blocks of data. But if data is not transformed into information, if we don't have data scientists that can get something out of this data, we're lost. The third C is competition. When I was still young and beautiful, competition lasted 3-4 months. I used to buy computers. We had a plotter called a Calcom plotter. If they brought out a plotter, it took the competition 6 months to a year to bring out an equivalent plotter to compete with it. If you're doing something right today, tonight people are looking at doing it quicker, faster, cheaper. China is busy working on a plan to whatever you're producing to make it half the price. So please look at competition, at complexity, and at change. Now, if one wants to talk about the role of economy and transport, it's like arguing about a lift in a 50-story building. If there is not a lift in a 50-story building, you will be able to operate the lift up to maybe floor 8 or 9. You won't be able to operate your building higher than that. So if transport doesn't work, the building doesn't work. So if the lift doesn't work, it doesn't work. So I'd just like to take you through just a bit of a background, because if one looks at Gauteng, we're the smallest province in the country. We're 1.42% of the area. We at the moment house 15.5 million people, 25% of the country's population. We have 37% of the GDP. But what is interesting is that at today's conference, 547 people will move to Gauteng from the other 8 provinces to start living in Gauteng. So every day we get 547 people added onto us. So we have, apart from our natural growth, we have 200,000 people coming to live in our province. We are the powerhouse, but if you are the powerhouse, it's a demand for moving people, goods, and services. And we are functioning, as you can see, as a global city region. And our functional transport area is much wider than the boundaries of Gauteng. If it should work, or if you want it to work, we have to have an integrated public transport system. And the key requirement of an integrated public transport system is land use planning, transport planning, economic planning must be coordinated. Unfortunately, South Africa, we have a spatial distortion history of land use. We haven't been able to be successful in this marrying of transport planning and land use planning. And again, we are trying to achieve that through the Transport Authority. But if we're in transport, we don't live in a silo. We don't operate in a silo. So what are the global issues impacting on transport? You know, 2.5 years ago, Corona was a South American cider that you drank with a piece of lemon in it. Then we discovered Corona at another meeting. So COVID hit us 2.5 years back, and the result is history. But there are 4 things that are impacting on transport. The first is globalization. We have about a prediction of 65% of the world's population will be living in urban areas. That means we have big cities. Lagos, for example, the population of Lagos is growing by 2 million people every 3 years. If that continues, Lagos will have 60 million people by the end of the century. It's something that we've never heard of in our world. It's something that we've never actually tried to manage. So globalization, and because of globalization, because of the movement into cities, we have pollution, and we have the whole thing about congestion. So we have to move towards smart cities. Secondly, global warming, greenhouse gases, and pollution. There's no doubt that pollution or greenhouse gas or global warming is the biggest issue that we have to solve in the next 20 to 30 years. This is not an option anymore. This is a requirement. And transport, we are responsible for 16% of the CO2 emissions in the world, but in cities, we are responsible for up to 40% of the CO2 emissions in the world at the moment. Thirdly is the 4th industrial revolution. As it pertains to disruptions, and you know, disruptive technologies is quite an incredible phenomenon. An existing system gets attacked from the side, and it happens fast and it happens quickly. So how do we handle this disruptive technology? The 4th one is the workforce challenge. The World Economic Forum says that by 2025, 52% of the world's population, of the world's jobs, will be done by robots. So we have 11.5 million unemployed people. They are trying to get back into the workforce. If they come back, they may be told, your job that you thought you had is being run by robots. And then obviously the impact of COVID and how do we handle that? So if we think COVID was a problem, economic collapse is a problem, the big guy waiting to bite you is the climate change. Disruptive technologies. What is a disruptor? When a new product or service helps to create a new market and significantly diminishes, transforms, or destroys the existing product, market, category, or industry. If one looks at the hotels in the world, the 10 biggest hotel groups in the world, they have a history of between 150 and 60 years. So this is Intercontinental Hilton, those jobs. They own 350,000 hotel rooms. They sit in a boardroom and they say, if the president of the United States goes to North Korea, should they start opening up a Hilton hotel in North Korea? So they're watching each other and they are planning what they're going to do in the market for accommodation. In 2009, two guys are sitting in a flat in San Francisco and they say, we can't pay the rent. So one guy said, but we have a spare room. Let's rent it out. And a friend of theirs that was at university with him, he walks in there and says, man, I'll write a website. And in 2009, they create Airbnb. At the moment, Airbnb places twice as many people in rooms per night than all the 10 biggest hotel groups in the world. So the 10 hotel groups in the world have been wiped out by two guys that own nothing about hotels. They own no buildings, but they come in as a disruptive technology. And they have caused this. And we've seen it in our country with Uber and stuff like that. There's a guy called Tony Seba. If you don't want to sleep tonight, have a look at what he said. He says clean disruption of energy in transportation, how Silicon Valley will make oil, nuclear, natural gas, coal, electric utilities, and conventional cars obsolete in 2030. Now, all that I can say is that it's going to happen. The only thing is it may happen in 2035, it may happen in 2029, but it's going to happen. According to him, the world is amidst the most radical transformation in energy in a century. So the people you sitting in this room, in the next year, you will see change like you've never, ever thought possible. And again, remember, if you change with change, you're going to survive. If you can drive the change, you'll be a success. If you ignore the change, the world will ignore you as a person and as a company. Market disruptive caused by exponential technology improvements, business model innovations, and disruptive product design enables this conversion. And he predicts that everything's going to flip around in America, where they will be making energy not from fossil fuels, but from solar and from wind and all of those things. He's developed a technology disruption framework, and all that he says, there's a convergence. If there's a convergence between technology, cost curves, the business model innovation, and product innovation, when those three things come together, you get this disruption. All right, policy directives. There are three issues facing South Africa. We have three priorities. First one is fighting poverty. Second one is fighting inequality. Third one is addressing unemployment, especially amongst the youth. I'm a civil engineer. I've been working for government for many years. I cannot walk into the Minister of Finance's office and say, I need money for engineering. He chases me out. I have to walk into his office and say, I have a plan to address unemployment. I have a plan to address poverty. I have a plan to address inequality. So whatever you do, this is your point of approach. This is the sad statistics. We have 39.7 billion people active in our country between the age of 15 and 64. Of that, 14 million are employed. 7.6 million are unemployed. We have 3.9 million people who are so disappointed of not getting a job that they've actually given up. So they are, in the actual fact, also unemployed. And then other non-economically active personnel of 40. So we have an unemployment rate of 34.9%. If I go overseas and I talk about this number, they think I've made a decimal point mistake. When I say the unemployment for youth is 65%, then they say we're in trouble. So this we have to look at. So in the province, our premier, who is leaving us today, says we're growing Gauteng together 2030. So that's his vision, is to grow Gauteng together 2030. That's for infrastructure and for social services. Our MEC, MEC Jacob Mamabula, he says growing Gauteng together 2030 through smart mobility. All right, that's fine. The role of transport is to improve this smart mobility, and this can be achieved. It will stimulate a long-term economic growth and development for Gauteng and for South Africa. This has to happen within the framework of disruptive technologies and within the very short time frame where this change occurs. So our transport strategy to address this sustainable transport. We've identified 17 issues, and I just want to talk about one today. But the issue is around governance. It's around alternative power sources. It's prioritizing public transport. It's producing non-motorized transport, integrated transport planning, land use planning, economic planning, road freight transport, integrated fare management, sustainable funding, new industries and skills development, legislation and regulations, mobility as a service, taxi industry, bus industry, e-hailing services. And then we're busy with a very exciting project with the CSIR, where there's a public transport database that I will talk about when Harry invites me again. So I'd like to talk about alternative power sources. And you will see I'm not starting this through saying there's a business case or there's a business plan or there's a cost-benefit ratio. I'm saying in the Paris Accord and in the COP26, the countries of the world have made a commitment to reduce carbon. It's an instruction. Everybody, the president of our country signed the Paris Accord, and the president signed the COP26. We are on our way to COP27 in Egypt at the end of this year, and it says we have to reduce carbon. All right. And it says there's a International Transport Forum. It said that the sector that emanates around a quarter of global energy-related carbon dioxide emissions, transport policies are critical to climate actions. By 2050, passenger demand is projected to be more than twice the 2015 level, while freight demand is set to grow by a factor of 2.6 in the same period. Based on the current trajectory, transport emissions are projected to grow by 16% in that to reaching nearly 8.7 gigatons, and that we have to do. So it says we have to look at a green policy, and this is just a six top tasks for policy making: increase ambition, align policies to review the economy, mitigate climate change, and strengthen equity. Focus on accessibility and create seamless trips and increase opportunities. Target sectors with strategies geared to their emission reduction potential. Urban mobility has the highest potential. Road freight and aviation are the hardest to decarbonize. Support innovation and accelerated technology breakthrough needed to decarbonize transport and break down silos and boost collaboration between independent sectors, such as transport, energy, tourism, and trade. All right, so the action, transport electrification, transition, this is the new norm. For the next 10 years, this is what you're going to hear every day. 3 things: avoid, shift, improve. Avoid, reduce the need to travel, change in integrated urban form, travel demand management, including work practices. What we've seen can work through the COVID period, supply chain management integration. Shift, change modes of travel to lower greenhouse gas generation and more affordable modes. Change and integrate urban form, including safe and secure routes for active mobility. Rapid rollout of integrated public transport systems. Freight, road to rail and first and last mile. And smart systems to enable this shift, like travel demand management. And improve, change the energy sources and propulsion. So look at alternative fuels, clean fuel substitutes, and I'm going to talk about that in greater detail. Due to its negative environmental impact and the fact that fossil fuels are a non-renewable source, the replacement of the internal combustion engine as a source of propulsion in vehicles, buses, and trucks has become an international priority. I've just come back from a tour in Germany, and they're starting to put discs on your window. If you drive a diesel car, the disc is red. They will not allow you in the CBD of any city in Europe if you have a diesel car. It's finished. That's the end of it. So these targets have been set for between 2023 and 2030. The development of a network of service stations in the country to support the new modes of propulsion is also time critical. So let's talk about hydrogen. And can I ask you tonight, when you finish reading Tony Siba's story, have a look at electric vehicles and hydrogen vehicles. There is a whole war going on between people that say electric vehicles, if they burn, they need 37,000 liters of water to kill the fire. Hydrogen says, man, if you put in your car and you're in an accident, you'll blow up half of Pretoria. There's a lot of disinformation. So please have a look at it. I was fortunate to drive around in Europe in a hydrogen vehicle, which is actually quite nice. You load into the hydrogen vehicle 4.5 kilograms. Think of 4.5 tubs of margarine, 4.5 kilograms into the car, and you go 500 kilometers. And there's no pollution. What comes out of the exhaust is water. So it is, and what is even better, for it to work, it sucks in air. And the air that it sucks in is polluted air, and what it gives out is clean air. So if you send a truck in with hydrogen, it actually cleans the air of the city that it's going into. So hydrogen is a gas that can be burnt like fuel, and hydrogen has been classified according to how it's produced. So you get brown hydrogen. Hydrogen, you need to break a water molecule into oxygen and hydrogen. And what energy do you use to do that electrolyzing? Brown hydrogen is produced using electricity from coal. Green, gray and blue hydrogen uses electricity from gas, and green hydrogen is produced using electricity from renewable energy. Pink hydrogen is produced by making hydrogen from atomic power. From the advantage of hydrogen offers that it can be stored and burnt if needed, and the byproduct is water. So this is the use of hydrogen. Hydrogen has been known as the most voluminous element known on Earth. It's been known for 150 years, and it has three main sources of use. The one is in industrial processes, and about 2/3 of all hydrogen produced in the world is used for that. So it's used for ammonia, in the making of fertilizer, and in processing of food, margarines, all the processed foods they use hydrogen. Energy, there's power generation, natural gas, hydrogen fuel mixed in a combustion gas turbine. Heating for buildings and schools, which we have not had in South Africa, but in Europe we have. And then public transport, fuels, which is an hydrogen fuel cell. And then the export commodity, which you have to now, if you want to export hydrogen, produce it in the green hydrogen, right? So we, from transport sector, interested obviously in the public transport, and if it's exportable. So this is just a diagram that shows it gets produced. They make the hydrogen, they then store it. You can either store it as hydrogen, or you can store it as ammonia, and you then move it through pipelines and ships, and you then use it either in factories, in housing, or in transport. And then just the green hydrogen, direct solar, biomass, solar photocells, wind, and then geothermal gives you the green hydrogen. So if one wants to decarbonize transport in South Africa, There's roles that the private sector will play, and there's roles that the government should play. So if we start on the left-hand side, the OEMs that are producing vehicles, we are currently producing 200,000 vehicles per annum that we export to other countries. But those countries are saying, we don't want diesel, we don't want petrol, we don't want internal combustion. So we will have to change our models to be able to keep that 200,000 units going out. We have to do the production of alternative fuels. At the moment, Sasol is doing it, and our pilot will be run through Sasol. Although Sasol hydrogen is at the moment brown hydrogen, they are busy cleaning up the system, and by June next year, it will be green. Paying of incentives. In America, if you buy a hydrogen car, you get a coupon and you get free hydrogen for 3 years. If you buy a electric BMW or Audi, you get a charger for free. Then install the support system. We have at the moment about 5,000 petrol stations in our country that employs about 100,000 people. How do we utilize them to have filling stations that you can then do charging of your electric vehicles or the hydrogen refilling? Legislative framework and enforcement, catalytic projects, and that's where we as Gauteng, we pay 2.6 billion rand bus subsidies per year. We have a government garage fleet of about 6,000 vehicles. How do we utilize that to start this thing working? And then choice by commuters, how do we get them to accept this? If one looks at South Africa, we currently have 11.7 million internal combustion engine vehicles, and we grow at about 400,000 vehicles per year. So if we don't do anything for 10 years, we'll have another 4 million vehicles. So there are 5 options. The first option is business as usual, retain the internal combustion engine, but then try and have less trips. But the cost and availability of fuel, if Europe becomes very stringent on this emission control, they will push up the price of crude oil to $400 a barrel. So there's an end to that. The transition, the production, the conversion, the localization for us is a big issue. How do we convert our industry in South Africa to move to these alternative sources? Hybrid option is the internal combustion engine with LP gases, biofuels. This is working quite well in Europe, and this again will reduce the emissions. And then the 2 options, electric vehicles, but the capacity of the power grid. If I can change by magic all the 11 million vehicles today into electric vehicles, if we plug them into Eskom, that's going to be the end of that. They won't go on again. And then hydrogen fuel cells with the production and the storage and the transportation of the vehicles. So this is quite a busy slide, but it says that we have at the moment 7.6 million motor vehicles. The business as usual, a whole block of them will go to that until they've reached the end of their economic life. But then where do we take the motor vehicles to? Do we take them to hybrid, electrical, or hydrogen? The minibus taxis, we have about 350,000 minibus taxis. If we're talking about subsidies, we would like to move them immediately into hybrids, electrical, or hydrogen. Buses, we have 65,000 buses in our country. To move them to electric or hydrogen, we have 2.6 million trucks, less than 3.5 ton. They are going to go hybrid, electrical, or hydrogen, and then the bigger trucks, the bigger than 3.5 ton, all of them are going to go to hydrogen. We have commuter rail, maritime, and aviation, move it to hydrogen, and now we have this new phenomenon for delivery of Checkers and Woolworths and all those things. What do we do with those motorcycles? So we says, now, if one just extra issue around hydrogen. As stated previously, we're fighting poverty, unemployment, inequality. But we also have to fight to keep our existing jobs going. So if we look at our mining industry, the platinum industry employs 172,000 people at the moment. Gold mines 116, coal 77, diamonds, and you can see this is the down. So we have 80% of the world's platinum reserves. We export between 90 and 95% of our platinum, and plus minus 50 to 55% of that platinum is used in the catalytic converters of internal combustion engine cars. Now, if we stop making internal combustion engine cars, if the world stops making internal combustion engine cars, the world will stop 50% of the need for platinum will fall away. All right. And if that happens in 10 years' time, we will in the next 10 years lose half our platinum market, and we could lose half of our jobs. Well, it is going to be more than that. So this will put the platinum mining industry in South Africa under severe pressure with a concomitant huge reduction in labor force. Now, we can offset it by using platinum in the hydrogen fuel cells, which is magic. There's a membrane. Let me just show you the diagram. There's a membrane between the anode and the cathode. And that membrane is covered with platinum. And that makes this thing work. And we can then swap the platinum that we're using in the catalytic converters and the exhaust to these cells. And this is just what we need. So we had a study tour, and this is where it really becomes interesting. Germany currently has 185 million tons of carbon CO2 emissions per year. They've set the goal to reduce this to 0. And they've come to the conclusion it can only be achieved through the extensive use of hydrogen in the industry, agriculture, heating, and mobility. Thank you very much. Only green hydrogen will be allowed. There's not enough natural resources in Germany, sun and wind and availability of land to produce the required amount of H2O. So they've set aside 200 billion euro to fund green hydrogen plants in the rest of the world. They have signed a contract with Namibia. They've signed a contract with Morocco. They've signed a contract with Chile. And they are busy developing hydrogen trucks, hydrogen cars, hydrogen buses. Currently, there are 35 hydrogen refueling stations in Germany, and we will announce in the next week or two a pilot in Gauteng. We intend putting up 5 hydrogen refueling stations, getting the hydrogen from Sasol, and running trucks, hydrogen trucks, as a pilot. So as a closure, you know, if you start doing a project as big as this, I always have to show you this. You will go through 7 stages of decarbonizing. The first will be enthusiasm. That's why I'm here. Promises and programs, disillusionment, and panic. And then the interesting things kick in. It's hunt for the guilty. It's punishment of the innocent, which is usually me. And then reward for those that had nothing to do with it. So these are the 7 stages that you go when you do a project of this size. So it just says the law of dispersion, whatever it is that hits the fan will not be evenly distributed. So the trick is to know where you stand. But I'd like to end off by quoting a communist. Karl Marx said the philosophers have only interpreted the world. The point over is to change it. So let's not talk about it, let's do it. But if you can quote a communist, you can quote a capitalist. Ronald Reagan said the future is not for the faint-hearted. But then you can quote our big leader. Madiba said, it always seems impossible until it's done. But what he didn't say is that once you've done it, people say, what's the issue? It was easy. So, you know, when I started building the train, everybody said it can't be done. Once it was done, they said, man, it's easy. Look, it's running up and down the track now. So please remember this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jack. Definitely, yeah, we might be faint-hearted, but we're comforted by having somebody like you leading the Transport Authority of Gauteng. So thank you very much for sharing all the information. Quite a good case for hydrogen cars. And we're looking forward for, the announcement and what you guys are going to do in the future. So thank you very much for that. Jack, so you will be available a little bit later on for panel discussion. Thank you very much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our next presenter then is Mr. Vukani Nkasa. He's the economic analyst, business strategy of Transnet National Ports Authority. He's going to talk about the GDP of freight business. Thank you very much.
Morning, everyone. My name is Vukani Nkasa. I come from Transnet, from the National Port Authority side of the Transnet business. But today I'm just invited here to talk about the GDP of freight business, which is basically in terms of the impact that the freight business is actually having on the economy of the country, and which is actually one of the most important and significant component of our economy. So I will just take you through that. My presentation is actually structured into the high-level economic assessment, the transport impact or contribution in terms of the South African economy, then zoom into the freight as part of transport in terms of its impact, economic impact to the South African economy. So just I wish to handle this if it's possible. This slide is just showing the economic development and projections that is expected for the next 2 years. I mean, I'm counting even 2022. What has actually happened? The world has recovered from the COVID in the last year, and obviously, I mean, most of the countries, if not all, they've managed to actually recover from the declines in terms of the economic production that was actually due to the COVID. While we are actually recovering as the world economy, what has actually happened? Then the geopolitics in the Ukraine and Russia has sort of actually disrupted the growth that we have started to see. And what is actually unfortunate with that, there are some countries that haven't really actually fully recovered. Yet now they are being actually sort of actually impacted by what is actually going on at the current moment. A typical part of those countries is Africa. In 2020, our economy declined by just above 6%. Last year, which was 2021, we managed to recover, but not fully, because we managed to actually recover by 4.9%. So you can see then that from declining from 6.1%, then growing to by 4.9%, that shows that we haven't actually fully recovered. But what is more scaring at the current moment is that it doesn't look like our economy is going to sort of actually enjoy significant growth in the next couple of years due to a number of reasons. So that's the challenge that you are actually facing as a country of South Africa. But looking in terms of the global economy, the current projections by the IMF is sitting at around 3.2%, and they are going to review the economic review, I think sometime either this week or next week, but at the beginning of October. And what has been happening is that every time that they review the economic outlook, then the projections are actually going down due to some uncertainties that are actually currently taking place at the moment, which is something that really not looking good when it comes to the global economy. The first two quarters at the global level, the overall economy has actually not done well due to some downturns in China and Russia. So which is something that is actually really not looking good. So you can see that at the current moment, what is actually projected, it doesn't look like it's possible that the world is going to achieve that. So I'm expecting that the downward revision of these projections are going to continue as long as we are experiencing the geopolitical tensions that are actually still taking place in the Russia and Ukraine. So then the economic outlook, obviously, it remains vulnerable to several shocks, such as what I've actually mentioned, the Russia-Ukraine geopolitical tensions, which is something that one will expect that it should have been resolved by now, but unfortunately, it has not been. The other risk that the economy is actually experiencing is the impact of high inflation rates across the world, and also the wage dynamics and possible industrial actions. And you can actually, witness that even here in South Africa, most organizations, they are in the salary negotiations at the current moment. And it looks like the labor unions and the employers, they are still far apart from each other in terms of actually settling on the agreement, but we're actually looking into that. But what is actually unfortunate, that actually might lead to some actions that might disrupt the economy that is actually not doing well at the current moment. On the trade, obviously, even in that space, there has been some downward revision based on, obviously, on the current economic situations. But IMF, they remain actually optimistic that the global trade is likely to grow by 4.1% for 2022 and grow by 3.2% in 2023. But these numbers, they are likely to be downward revised due to the increasing risk that are actually taking place in the whole world. Then zooming into the South African economy, if we look in terms of how the economy has actually performed, but with the main focus on the transport industry, which is the main theme in this session that we are actually at the current moment. The bars are actually indicating the overall economic growth of South Africa from 94 up to 2021. Then the line is a demonstration of how the transport sector, which is the part of the overall economy, has actually performed. You can see, the slide, okay. You can see a very strong correlation between the two, meaning that whatever that is actually happening in the economy, obviously is actually driven by many sectors, including transport sector. So there is a strong correlation in that, meaning that if then the economy is not doing well, the transport sector obviously is likely to be affected because it's one of the main key drivers of our economy. At the same time, it actually responds when the economy is actually growing. So that's a situation at the current moment. On the table, you can see the average growth around transport system over the period of 10 years, which is between 2012 and 2021. That sector has just grown by, on average, by 0.4%, which is a very low growth. However, but it still remains positive compared to the other sectors, your manufacturing, your electricity and construction. But I believe that that sector can do better. Transport sector has recently been among the most vulnerable sectors. We can recall during COVID, that sector was one of the most affected sector. High fuel prices is one of the factors that is really actually something that does actually negatively impact the developments around the transport sector. The social unrest, you can recall that whenever that as societies were actually complaining about something that has nothing to do with transport, but one of the most vulnerable industry is the transport sector. From some of us who are probably coming from your Eastern Cape and your KZN, the first thing that we do, we just block N2 or N3 to demonstrate our level of unsatisfactory, and it actually does affect the transport system, which is actually something that is quite important for our economy. So those are some of the things that you are still actually battling to actually address as the country. Floods, I mean, you can recall, I mean, KZN was actually being affected by floods, and a lot of infrastructure was severely impacted negatively, so which does actually impact on the developments and the growth of the industry in the transport sector, because I mean, some of the roads were closed, some of the roads obviously were being washed out, and what is really actually even worse is that as the country will actually have a plan to develop the infrastructure, but unfortunately now we need to actually focus our limited resources in terms of the funding to sort of actually fix the current damaged infrastructure instead of us actually growing as a country in terms of development. But it's unfortunate, and obviously it's actually beyond our control, but we can do a lot, especially to try to manage the climate changes that are actually taking place. This slide is just a demonstration of the fixed investment across a number of sectors within the economy. Obviously, the main focus is on the transport sector. You can see the line graph, the blue one, is a demonstration of how the fixed investment has been actually developed around the transport system or the transport sector vis-a-vis the total investment into the economy of South Africa. You can see that graph is actually going down, I mean, towards your between 2016 and 2021. The investment growth in the transport system has actually been negative, which is something that is really not actually helping the economy. And over the past 6 years, the investment has been negative in terms of growth, which is something that is really not looking good. And you can tell that, I mean, the floods that actually affected the country, they affected infrastructure that was already aging and fragile. So, which is something that is actually really not looking good when it comes to South African developments. And you can see that most of our sectors, when it comes to the investments, are actually sitting at a negative, including the transport sector, which is something that probably as the country, we really need to sort of actually have a very clear strategy and plans in place in terms of trying to actually improve in terms of our infrastructure development, especially on the transport system part of it. Then this slide is just a demonstration of some few bullet points, which is a demonstration of the impact of freight to the economic growth of the country, of which one of those main contribution of the sector is to sort of actually achieve efficiency in terms of the movement of goods. And most of the time, especially the South African transport system is always sort of actually labeled to be one of the most inefficient system when it comes to the logistics system. I mean, there are quite a number of things, the investment on the infrastructure, the aging and fragile infrastructure is one of the reasons. Obviously, even the planning is also part of that, which is actually impacting on our efficiencies as a country. And what is quite unfortunate is that the inefficiencies in the system or transport system, it does impact on the cost of doing business. And recently, government has been actually communicating, including the president, that we really need to actually improve in terms of the cost of doing business or lowering cost of doing business. As the Port Authority, we also actually trying our level best to actually implement strategies around that. Obvious, I mean, we are also engaging with other stakeholders and other parts of the value chain so that we can work together to actually make sure that our systems are efficient so that we can lower the cost of doing business. A successful modes of transport is actually vital for an economic growth of our country, which is something that is actually quite important. The transport sector is actually at the current moment employs over 400,000 people. I'm talking about the full-time jobs. Obviously, there are some other indirect jobs that are actually being created by the sector. You can see, I mean, considering the high level of unemployment rate, then if the sector is actually not performing, then sometimes they are actually bound to take some unfavorable decisions like retrenching. You can see then the impact that is actually likely to have. Road freight is the largest subsector within the transport sector, and road freight accounts about 80% of the payload income. I will actually show that in terms of the graphs between the rail and the road system, the components in terms of the contribution. So what is actually quite important about this slide is just a demonstration of the importance and the impact by the freight in terms of our economic growth, which is something that is quite important. And this sector is quite critical in terms of our economy. So it's very important that we always actually make sure that we try to do our best. This slide is just a demonstration in terms of the transport system between rail and road. You can see that 80% of our cargo is actually being moved. I'm talking about the land leg of the transport system is actually moved through the road system. So then if then our road system or our road infrastructure and other connecting infrastructure are actually being affected by the likes of floods, the social unrest, and all sorts of other negative impacts or factors, then you can see the level of impact that those events do have in terms of the movement of goods, which is something that is actually not looking good. Then the line graphs, they are just demonstrating the freight on the land side on a monthly basis. You can see the trend that is actually something that is actually going up. There are some areas where there will be some declines, which is actually a combination of various factors. Most of that, it will be your seasonal effect. For example, around we're approaching December now. Most factories, they will actually close, which will actually have an impact in terms of the volumes that are actually being moved through the transport system. But the worst scenario was in the 2020 during the lockdowns. You can see the decline in that area, during that period, which is actually significantly impacted on the freight economy or developments in terms of how the sector has actually performed. In a nutshell, this slide is just a demonstrating the impact and the significant role that is actually played by the sector, both on the rail side and on the road side. And my belief is that the two systems, they are quite complementary of each other. There is no system that seeks to sort of actually take the business from the other, but it's a matter of a clear planning and an integration system that will sort of actually improve our economy as a whole without being on the neck to each other. So that's quite important. But what is also worrying is that looking at the 80-20%, then the question is it a really sustainable kind of system whereby about 80% of our cargo is actually being moved by road, considering the challenges that we have in terms of the road infrastructure and the loads of trucks that we have. I'm not saying that, trucks are actually not the right system, but at least the balance. so that we lower the heavy reliance on the road system, obvious given the current challenges that we have as a country of congestion, the aging infrastructure, the destruction of infrastructure, and other negative factors that are currently impacting on the infrastructure development of the country. So maybe the policymakers probably they really need to sort of actually have an engagement and see if that picture is a picture that is actually sustainable for our economy. This slide is a demonstration of the freight transport from the income side in terms of the top 10 cargo types that are actually being moved by the freight industry or system. You can see that mining is accounting a significant part of that, which is sitting at around, last year it was around 33.8% of the cargo that was actually moved from the mining sector. Manufacturing is the second cargo type that is mostly moved by the freight system. Chemicals, agriculture, containers, and other cargo types. And you can see the growth in terms of the movement of those goods. That is something that probably triggers the economic growth of the country. And you can see that there's been some positive growth across many of those cargo types. Then the small table on your far right is just a demonstration of the impact of the economic growth to the freight system. What those numbers they are actually meaning is that on the overall GDP side, it means a 1% increase in the GDP is actually causing a 1.3% increase on the freight growth industry or sector. The agricultural sector, the 1% growth in the production of agriculture is actually causing a 0.4% increase on the cargo movement by the freight system. Mining is the biggest one. I mean, it correlates with the table on the right, on the left-hand side. A 1% increase in the mining production is impacting about 13.3% increase on the freight cargo movement. Manufacturing is also big and trade as well. So you can see the correlation between the freight system and the other sectors of the economy of the country, that this sector is really actually playing a critical role in terms of our economic growth, which is something that is actually really positive. You cannot actually talk of the freight system without looking in terms of the port system and the rail network system, which are some of the complementary systems. Port system, obviously, I mean, is actually a feeder system to the freight system. And the freight system is also doing the same on the port side. So it's also quite important that what is actually happening from the port side of our trade system, it's actually being captured and it's actually being considered considerable in terms of the developments and the investments that are actually taking place on the land side of the cargo movement. The map, which is showing the South African map and some corridor networks, that is the corridor operating model that is actually was done by TFR last year. You can see the network that almost all the ports are well connected and well covered when it comes to the land connection through the rail system. On the port side, you can see the maritime developments from the vessel calls, that there's been some negative growth in terms of the vessels that are actually calling our ports. But in this case, there are a number of factors that you can look into this. Obvious, the element of our economy not growing at the level at which one will actually expect it to actually grow. It's part of it. But the other element is that the vessels are getting bigger and bigger. So you don't really actually, by the mere fact that maybe there is a decline in terms of the vessel calls, then you sort of actually conclude to say that it's something that is actually negative. Sometimes it's actually not a negative thing, but it's a matter of that the vessels are getting bigger due to the alignments or alignment that has been done and the association by the shipping lines to try to minimize on the cost of doing business. But what is actually quite important is that we need to actually make sure that our economy is actually growing so that we are able then to activate a number of other economic sectors that are actually contributing to our economic growth. Also, you cannot really actually talk of the freight system without actually considering our neighboring countries. I mean, we're not actually operating in isolation of what's actually going on with the other countries. And unfortunately, there will be some disturbing events. And it's something that is really actually concerning, to be quite honest, especially for the growth of South African economy and the economy of the other African countries, your SADC, I mean, your Sub-Saharan and Africa as a whole. South African ports are playing a critical role when it comes to the African market. So, which means that the network, the road network, the rail network, and all other modes of transport in terms of infrastructure and development, they become quite important to actually support our South African economic growth. So this slide is demonstrating the performance of the so-called container movement across a number of countries that are part of what is called PIMESA. PIMESA is the Port Management Association of the Eastern and Southern African countries. The list there is actually showing those countries. So those are the countries that, as South African port system, we are sort of actually part or associated with. We are actually belonging to the same association with those countries. Those are the countries that obviously we actually trade the most with, especially on the southern part of Africa. So you can see that South Africa is accounting about 50% of the total container movement across those countries, which is a demonstration that our economy is actually playing a significant role beyond the borders of South Africa. So then it means that whatever that we do, it is quite important that we also consider the growth and opportunities that are actually taking place in the other countries. And that probably will help to shape our mindset in terms of how we sort of actually treat other countries beyond the borders of South Africa. The other point that is quite important to note is that the line graphs that you see there, the green bar is showing the container movement in terms of growth, comparing that to Africa, the world, and the countries of the PIMESA. You can see that South African container growth has actually declining at a very high rate compared to the other countries or other ports, either in the world or in Africa, which is something that probably is actually not good. But I guess there are a number of interventions probably that we need to do as a country just to make sure that we align our developments and implementations with the rest of the continent and with the rest of the world. Because what's happening is that our economy is not really sort of actually well integrated with the world economy. And you can see in terms of the recovery that we experienced last year, most of the countries, they fully recovered from COVID, but South Africa didn't actually fully recover, which is a demonstration that, I mean, our South African economy really needs to be well integrated. In conclusion, the freight sector growth is, I mean, expected to remain positive, obviously driven by the projected economic growth. Despite the current challenges of load shedding, I mean, the impact of floods, social unrest that has actually affected the infrastructure, but we remain positive that the freight sector will actually see a positive growth this year. And if you look in terms of the transport system, that sector has actually seen a positive growth over the past 2 quarters of the year, despite the overall economy experiencing a negative growth in the last quarter due to a number of reasons, including the load shedding. So freight system, it continues to actually benefit from the bulk demand for the exports. I mean, coal, iron ore, manganese, there is a huge demand, I mean, in the international market for those commodities at the current moment. And the transport system is quite benefiting around that. Well, however, we sort of actually, the freight industry, it remains vulnerable to the economic related risks, which include the impact of the load shedding, which is something that is really affecting our economy. The long-term effects of the shift transport patterns due to COVID, some things they will never actually go back to how they were before. So it just needs the sector to sort of actually consider that. The possible delays on the investment for new infrastructure due to main focusing on the developing or actually trying to look in terms of the damages by the floods, which has actually shifted the main focus on investing on the new infrastructure, is something that is expected also to have some negative impact. The supply chain disruptions and shortage is something that is also affecting the trade. The energy price volatility, especially on the diesel side, is something that is also negative for the growth of the sector. Increasing cost of doing business is something that is likely to also affect the industry. Then the localized wage pressures, as I've indicated, that most organizations with the labor unions, they are still trying to conclude the wage negotiations, which is something that is not looking good at the current moment. I think I will stop there. Thanks, sir.
Vukani, thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. He surprised us. He was supposed to present on Zoom and then he appeared in person. So that was great. Thank you very much, Vukani. We've been looking forward for quite some time to this presentation. And definitely will engage with you during the panel discussion. All right, ladies and gents, our program again, please, guys. I want to give recognition to the guys sitting here at the control desk. My friend Jan van Jaarsveld and his son Camille. Camille is joining in because it's school holidays, so they're helping us here. Thank you very much for your assistance. We really appreciate that. So, ladies and gents, our next presenter will be via Zoom, Mr. Botana. He's the Executive Director of the South African Robots Association. He's going to talk about the future of the freight rail in South Africa. So I'm just going to set up the Zoom on that side, and then we'll listen what he's going to share with us. Thank you very much.
Director of Ceremonies, thank you very much. Am I audible?
Thank you, babe. We can hear you. Can you go on slide view?
Yes, I have my colleague there, Tokozisi, who is sharing the screen for me. He's there with you.
Yeah, maybe if you can just go to display and swap presenter and the other slide view.
Thokozisi, are you there?
Yes, I'm connected, sir. I'm
Okay,
sharing
thank
the
you.
slide.
Okay. Can I start?
Yes, okay, you can start.
Okay, thank you very much. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Babe, not Babe, Babe Botana. I'm the executive director of SARA. SARA is the Southern African Railways Association, and I will talk a bit more about that in a minute. I was asked by the current SARA president, Me Caesar Mzimela, who is also the chief executive of TFR, to contextualize this presentation in terms of giving an advisory opinion based on SADC protocols and global best practices. This is especially recognizing the corridor connectivity of the South African rail network to the rest of the SADC countries. The last speaker, Mr. Vukani Nkasa, has also touched on the importance of corridor connectivity to other African countries. And I believe he has made my job much easier. The second part of it will be to contextualize the South African freight rail to the SADC SARA policies and the instruments that are existing. And eventually I'll be looking at whether the intended outcomes of the restructuring of the South African rail system is consistent or in sync with the regional objectives that we have all agreed to as SARA through the SADC framework. So if you look at the first slide, which is the introduction slide, you will see there that in terms of the SADC transport sector plan, the key objective of the region is to identify key hubs and gateways for rehabilitation and development, primarily to ensure that the passenger and goods markets are adequately catered for. This is a quotation from the 2012 SADC Regional Infrastructure Development Master Plan. But from a member state point of view, the general objective is guided by the principle of establishing transport and communications and meteorological systems which provide efficient, cost-effective, and fully integrated infrastructure and operations, which best meet the needs of customers and promote economic and social development while being environmentally and economically sustainable. This is also from the PTCM, which basically refers to the SADC protocol on transport, communications, and meteorology, which was signed and put into operation in 1996. The other leg, which is the third leg of the policy instrument, deals with member states in terms of the expectations at regional level that member states shall facilitate the provision of a seamless, efficient, predictable, cost-effective, safe, and environmentally friendly railway service, which is responsive to market needs and provides access to major centers of population and economic activity. If we go to the next slide, let me then contextualize what SARA is all about. The Southern African Railways Association, which some people normally refer to it as South African Railways Association, which is not correct. The correct thing is Southern African Railways Association. In terms of its policy instrument, it was established in 1996 and it's headquartered in Harare, Zimbabwe. That's where I'm speaking from as the executive director. That's where our headquarters is. And the SARA was established under Article 1313 of the SADC Protocol on Transport, Communications, and Meteorology, which mandates the formation of regional associations. We are a railway specialized subsidiary of SADC with responsibilities to primarily facilitate rail corridor coordination, to facilitate regional infrastructure development, to promote rail competitiveness, to harmonize regional rail regulation, and of course, to advocate for fair intermodal competition. Our mandate as an association is defined in Article 7 of the SADC Protocol on Transport, Communications, and Meteorology. And of course, it covers regional rail policy advocacy, development, coordination, and harmonization. It also covers the facilitation, promotion, and coordination of rail stakeholder dialogue for trade facilitation and regional integration. We are therefore, in terms of this Article 7 of the SADC Protocol, we are the mandate holder for regional rail policy development and rail policy advocacy. We are the only recognized SADC subsidiary organization which develops transport policies as it relates to the SADC rail industry. The last part of that slide is talking about programs that guide our existence. I will not go into that just to save time. If we go to the next slide, you will see there that I'm indicating what our footprint is all about in terms of the coverage of SARA. Basically, all the members, all the railway operators in the SADC region, all the way from the southern tip, which is South Africa, up to Tanzania, DRC, they are all members of SARA. And of course, it's not only the railways themselves who are members of SARA, we also have suppliers, manufacturers of equipment, railway equipment, ICTC providers, and others who are members of SARA. If you go to the next slide, the guidance, therefore, from the SADC protocol in terms of what each railway operator can do is found in the 1996 SADC Protocol on Transport, Communications, and Meteorology. I just want to highlight 2 or 3 bullets there. The first one being the integration of regional transport via compatible policies, legislations, rules, standards, and procedures. What this means is that all of us in the SADC region should operate under common standards and common rules. We are fortunate in the SADC region to also have one track gauge, which is commonly referred to as the Cape gauge. The second bullet there, which therefore makes connectivity and interoperability much easier throughout the region. The second bullet talks of elimination or reduction of hindrances and impediments to the movement of persons, goods, and services. What this implies is that whatever we do, we should facilitate seamless movement of traffic, both persons and goods. If we go to the next slide, Mtoko. There's another protocol from SADC, which is called SADC Protocol on Trade in Services of 2012, which looks at progressively liberalizing intra-regional trade in services. Oh, you have gone further, Mtoko. It also talks of ensuring consistency between liberalization of trade in services and various protocols in specific service sectors. I don't want to waste too much time on this particular slide. Let me go to the next one, which therefore now covers the long-term planning framework of South Africa. Basically, you will see there that the rail development in South Africa, guided by the protocols that I have referred to, is to focus on a number of issues. First of all, development of consistent train operating principles throughout the corridor as far as possible for dominant traffic flows. Of course, development of infrastructure for longer trains, which we are advocating for, because the longer the trains, the more efficient rail transportation becomes. We also have to focus, not we, South African system is to focus on pit to port unit train loads with minimal shunting along the route. What it means is that this improves customer satisfaction and therefore can lead to increase in the overall rail market share. And of course, standardization of the CTC. The long-term planning framework of South Africa continues on the next page, Mtoko, where TFR is now looking at the TFR strategic pillars of operational planning and efficiency, market development, intense innovative investment, inspirational leadership and employee development, driving accountability and organizational model redesign, and more importantly, on the issues of safety, risk, and environment. As SARA, we are now in the process of assisting the SADC region to come up with a regional railway safety regulator of SADC, where all the independent railway regulators in the SADC region at national level will be reporting to. Currently, this is operating as a forum, which is facilitated by the Railway Safety Regulator of South Africa, as well as the Land Transport Regulatory Authority of Tanzania. And of course, we have Mozambique, which is also coming on board. We also have other countries coming on board. So very soon, this animal that we call RASA, the Regional Railway Regulatory Authority of Southern Africa, will be in full existence. The next slide is or captures the National Rail Policy as adopted on 12 May 2022 through a white paper in South Africa. And I need just to make two quotations. It says the capacity requirements forecast in Transnet's long-term planning framework are not a dependable basis for planning rail revitalization interventions. The second quotation I want to make it is that it is difficult to fathom the true size of the rail freight market other than it is large enough than that TFR can convey. I believe the previous speaker from the ports, my colleague Vukani, sorry about the mispronunciation of the name, he has touched a lot in terms of the income differentiation between rail and road, deriving from the port, because the ports basically, they are the last point of call, and as well as the first point of call for down traffic and for up traffic. If we go to the next slide, I want now to talk slightly about the types of railway economic regulatory regimes that we have in the region and elsewhere. First of all, we have what is called vertical integration. Vertical integration meaning the railway operator is also the owner of the infrastructure. This is the case with most, if not all, of the national railway operators in the SADC region. The second part is vertical separation, which is basically where the operator does not have the monopoly of owning the infrastructure. And this allows for multiple party operations because the infrastructure manager then decides on the different allocations. Some people will call it slots, on the different allocations and who can run on that network. In the case of Southern Africa or SADC, we do not have such existing in any country, except that it existed in Tanzania, where we had the operator doing the operations and the railway infrastructure manager being a separate entity. But of late, about 2.5 years ago, they've again combined the two so that there is no separation, vertical separation. On the top corner, right corner is what we call concessions. This is quite common in SADC, and I'll talk about that in my next slide. And the last bit of that is vertical holding separation, where we find a lot of examples, particularly in Europe, particularly in Germany and France. My next slide, Director of Ceremony, then expands in terms of the policy instruments that we talked about of SADC. It expands in terms of what the long-term planning framework of South Africa intends to achieve, as well as in terms of what the white paper of 2022 intends to achieve. And I've just given few examples here, which aligns with the intentions enshrined in the long-term planning framework, as well as the white paper, to say what is there is not inconsistent or does not contradict what is happening in the region. You will find, for example, we have the Zimbabwe build, operate, and transfer model of the Beitbridge Bulawayo Railway, which attracted private sector investment on a greenfield project involving the construction of a line between Beitbridge at the border with South Africa and Bulawayo. This is actually a feeder to the north, what we call in the railway terminology, the north-south corridor, the north-south rail corridor, which runs primarily from Durban all the way to DRC.
We've got 2 minutes.
Okay. The line cuts more than 200 kilometers from the roundabout route from Beitbridge to Bulawayo, which used to go through Rutenga. The next example I have given there is the Dar es Salaam corridor model, where we are looking at the introduction of third-party operator access, just like it is envisaged in the 2022 white paper. So far, 2 private sector operators have taken up the slots using their own locomotives and wagons. And this has led to an increase in rolling stock capacity and rail freight volumes on the corridor. There is also the Benguela Railway Concession model of Angola, which is a franchise agreement between a number of agencies, including Trafigura and others, and it's expected to increase rolling stock capacity and rail traffic volumes, and it is also expected to benefit the entire Lobito corridor, which involves or includes DRC and Zambia. My last example is on Mozambique and Malawi concession, which is generally referred to as the Nacala logistics. Again, the focus here is to improve efficiency. Since I am now on my last minute, I will jump to the concluding slide. Where basically you will see that the Transnet 30 years long-term planning framework of 2017 and the white paper on the national policy of 2022 is clearly in sync with the expectations of the 1996 SADC Protocol on Transport, Communications and Meteorology, as well as the 2012 SADC Protocol on Trading Services. The RSA, or the South African Third-Party Operator Access Model, is also in sync with the railway economic regulatory approaches in the SADC region, which are primarily meant to, among others, attract private sector investment, increase rolling stock capacity, increase rail freight volumes, in other words, divert traffic from road to rail, particularly bulk traffic, to bring significant expectations or expansions and or rehabilitation of existing infrastructure, and to bring higher operational efficiency from competition. SARA, as the SADC rail mandate holder and the research and development think tank for the railways in the SADC region, is working together with the regional regulators, operators, suppliers, infra managers, to ensure continued rail sector capacity building and stakeholder engagement. We have also established a liaison framework with the UIC, AAR, among others, for global rail standardization. I thank you a lot, the Director of Ceremonies. Our contact details are there in case you need to contact us. We have an office where I am in Harare, which is the head office. We have a sub office, which is the SARA Marketing, PR and Events Office in Johannesburg, and the details are there. Thank you very much for your attention and listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Botana. We really appreciate sharing all this information with us. It's very important, but we request you to kindly keep your camera switched on. We're going to set up now for a quick panel discussion, and we want to include yourself with Mr. Jack van der Merwe and Mr. Vukani Nkasa. If Jack and Vukani please come to the front, we're going to put 2 chairs there. You can focus the camera on them, and Mr. Botana also will stay online, and let's try and do a panel discussion. Thank you. So just bear with us, we're just setting up quickly. Here's one, two. Right, so let's look at the rules of the game. If you want to ask a question to the panel, please keep it focused to one question maybe. You can direct your question to one member of the panel. Also, obviously, remember Mr. Butana is online as well. He can hear us, and when he talks, we're going to put his face up there. So can we have questions for the panel? And we will bring the microphone to you. At the end, there's a questionnaire. At the end, we will also ask closing remarks from each of the panelists. Kindly identify yourself when you ask the question.
Good morning. My name is Hein van Spaandok. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I see this meeting. I'm going to give a slight prefix if I'm allowed. I see wonderful people here from Railways, Transport Forum, SABOA, and all these wonderful organizations that people have a heart. They carry a heart for the business. They do really things that are good for industry. But exceedingly, I'm sitting here and listening to policies and ideas, and I'm sitting here with policies, ideas, things that have been regurgitated for the last 15, 20 years. And I have some, or we, I should say, have various enterprises where we do revolutionary stuff. And we find no access to real policymakers. The arrogance, the unavailability of policymakers is just a nightmare. And any of the panel members here and you don't represent policy members, but if anybody can give an answer to how do we get access and how do we really influence people that actually make policy and then not just talk about it, but actually implement, because we can't carry on for 20 years talking about policy and great ideas and bridges and railways and what have you. You know, we get, and sorry, I'm carrying on a little bit, but I didn't see any other questions. So, you know, you get a self-important guy like Hersov who throws his toys out the cot, but nobody's going to listen to him. How do we find a proper channel that we can really find access to policymakers, and how do we find people that are serious about actually doing something and making transport possible? Any of you?
Thank you. We'll give the panel opportunity just now to respond. Is there another question? Let's take one here. We'll take these two questions and then we'll have the panel respond.
Thank you. My name is Sydney Kunene from SKT Group. My question is to Jack van der Merwe. I heard you speaking to Sasol about biomass and all that. Now my question will be, are you religiously committed to Sasol as a department or as government, or are you able to look at other players in the industry? The reason why I'm saying this is because when you talk of alternative energy or alternative powering of the transport, we are actually looking into that space. We are looking into biomass. We're also looking into the alternative listing. So the question really is, what are the chances of looking beyond Sasol even to smaller guys or small role players, small players in that sector?
Thank you for that question. Let's have the panel respond to those two questions. We'll come to him now.
Fine. It's a broad statement that you make. How do you get to policymakers? The process of government is to develop a green paper on policy. And that's open for discussion and for comments. The green paper goes through a process of becoming a white paper, and the white paper goes through a process of becoming a policy. I mean, as an example, we haven't had a rail policy in this country for the last 86 years. So the Department of Transport developed the green paper, they developed the white paper, and as the previous speaker said, in March, the paper was approved as a policy. I don't think one can get away with just making a broad statement like that. I think you should come up and say, I have a plan. I have a plan for introducing non-motorized transport, or I have a plan for doing this or that. I'm sure that if you talk to me, I will talk to my minister, and you will get a hearing. You will get a hearing to do it. But I don't think we're going to go anywhere by saying, you know, this is just regurgitating of things that have been said for 20 years. What I tried to say today was not so much policy as reality. I'm saying that the world is changing, and we in South Africa, we can be part of the change, or we can just see the change coming past us. We passed the point of discussing it. The world is in crisis around climate, and the world will have to make a call on how do we get there. Certainly, your question, and what has happened, and I think this is the chicken and egg situation. If we want to bring in, because remember, if you take the value chain, you have to have hydrogen, then you have to have a vehicle, then you have to have a filling station, and then you have to have the legislation that will allow it to run it. So we're putting that in place, and Sasol, the only reason we were talking to Sasol is that they at the moment have got that production availability, but we aren't married to them, and we will for sure look at entrepreneurs making hydrogen. Hydrogen, if I can, and I don't know if I was serious enough when I spoke about it, the Germans, the French, all the European countries, they need hydrogen as an energy source, but they need long-term uptake of production capacity. We have a window which I think may be 5 years. 5 years. After 5 years, if we go to Germany and we say to Germany, you need so many gigatons of energy or gigawatts of energy, they'd say, thank you very much, but we've signed a contract with Namibia, signed a contract with Chile, we've signed a contract, and you'd be stuck with a product that you can't sell. So I'm saying to entrepreneurs in South Africa, we have to get the production capacity of hydrogen. We have to get in front of the queue. There is money. There's money available. There's blocks of money available, and we have to get it in. Otherwise, we're going to just hear about it. There's a window. There's a 5-year window. At the next week, Tuesday and Wednesday, there's a wind conference in Cape Town. Thursday, there's a seminar around hydrogen power, hydrogen cells by Nedbank in Cape Town. So these are the events that you as entrepreneurs have to be at, and say we in the queue, we'd like to participate. So please, I'm just putting up the problem. You guys are the solution.
Thank you, Jack.
Okay, for me, I think I'll just probably just comment on the policy related question. Well, unfortunately, I can't talk a lot about the policy development. I mean, on the SOE side, we're more of implementing agencies of the policies that are actually developed. Obviously, we do actually contribute in terms of the discussions of those policies, but we are more on the implementation of those policies. Maybe just to highlight just a point, especially around the port system. We are actually regulated through the port regulator, and there is a Port Act, which is actually a piece of a policy that actually governs how port should actually operate. This year, the methodology, which is a component for the Port Act in terms of how port should actually function, it's going to be revised, and obviously a number of issues that will be dealt, including the policy. Obviously, issues around the access to your small businesses to probably maybe catered in terms of how the tariffs are being structured. Those are some of the discussions probably they need to find their way to the policy. But from an SOE point of view, especially on the port side, we are actually on the implementing side, but we obviously get invited and contribute in those policy development. So I do get the sort of actually frustration on the policy development side, and it's really something that needs to be taken into considerations, and we're actually noting that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, thank you, Rukani. Let's see, there were other questions as well. The people on Zoom, there's people on Zoom that's also asking questions. We will try and address those just now.
Thanks, Harry.
Chair,
My question is to Mr. Nkasa.
Chair, can I just answer the issue of policy access from the railway
You're welcome to
perspective?
respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the railways perspective, the policy development starts with an interactive forum that we call the SARA Rail, the annual SARA Rail conference, where different stakeholders come together from the railway industry, the manufacturing industry, the ICTC, the academia, the customers, and everyone else to say exactly how they would want to see the future of the railways in the region. What then happens is that is consolidated to go to what we call the SADC Railway Subsectoral Committee, which is made up of all the director generals or permanent secretaries responsible for transport, and eventually it goes to the ministers responsible for transport. And at times, like in the case of South Africa, it also includes the Minister of Public Enterprises, and eventually it goes as a policy, a blueprint, which has to be adopted by the heads of states. But what basically I'm trying to indicate there is that from that broader regional policy perspective, then at national level, each operator can then come up with specific or draw down specific issues from that broader regional policy perspective to say exactly what should be applicable in different countries in terms of their resource ability, operational ability, and so forth and so forth. So yes, we have a full process. This is why we have also given our contact details. Of course, we have a board, which is called the SARA Board of Directors, which is made up of all the CEOs of the railway operators in the region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Bhavya. Oliver.
So my question was to Mr. Nkasa. So a couple of weeks ago, we saw from the N3 toll concessionaire, they reported a 50% increase in trucks that were passing the Marion Hill gantry. So from 4,000 trucks in 2020, they're now counting 6,000 trucks in 2022. Last week, I was at a forum, the Transport Evolution Forum in Durban, where the KZN MEC's office quoted a figure of a 200% increase in trucks on the road in the province. I know you presented a couple of slides, Mr. Nkasa, but I'm not sure if you covered it. What would you say is the percentage increase in trucks on the road? And we know with the commodities boom, would you say is the majority of the increased volumes due to the coal and the coal price we're getting an export? Yeah, so just a comment, the percentage increase, and is to what extent is the coal driven or the export prices of coal driving the increased volumes? Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. Let's take another question here.
Thank you, Harry. My name is Phumelele Nkosi. I'm from Kubepe. My question is directed at Jack. Are there any plans to set rules around the kind of vehicles that will be bought for public transport systems, the BRTs, etc., that are in government's hands? Thank you.
Okay, let's have the panel respond on those two. But maybe it's another one. Let's take this one here. I think then we're done with the questions on the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oscar. My surname is Mola. My question is going to be short and then it's going to address to Mr. Van der Merwe. My question is, how can we, because we to government, because they say we got a short years to move from the fossil fuel cars, and then Nissan and BMW, they need to manufacture quickly to hydrogen vehicle, the electrical cars. If they don't, they're gonna lose 60 to 70% of the market that is in Europe. Now the government, there's a policy uncertainty that is happening into the state. They don't want to come to conclude that that policy, so that they can start those electrical cars can start to the companies like BMW, Nissan, and then Toyota. They can start to manufacture a lot of electrical cars. How can we deal with the policy uncertainty that is happening into the state, so that we cannot lose in the economical sector?
Thank you very much for that question. I'm going to the panel.
Okay, thanks for the question about the increase of the trucks on the roads, especially through the KZN ports. Well, my response to that is that, well, the increase on the truck that are actually carrying the cargo, it's a good indication. On the other side, probably it's not a good indication. It's a good indication in the sense that it's a demonstration that there is some economic movement that is actually taking place in the country. But it sort of actually gets to impact on the negative side due to some other adverse impact that those increase on the truck system actually cause on the traffic and other negative impacts. But maybe just to respond to your question, well, our observation has been into two parts in terms of the increase of those trucks. One, it's a matter of there's a boom in terms of especially on your dry bulk, which means that, I mean, there are a lot of trucks that are actually carrying your iron ore and your manganese, your coal to our ports, especially through the port of Richards Bay, which is something that is actually good. But it's also an indication that as a country, especially Transnet, you are actually facing a challenge of the so-called infrastructure sabotage, the demolition and the disruption of our infrastructure, especially on the rail side, which then forces that the volumes or cargo that will ordinarily be carried by the rail system, then they need to be moved to the road system, which then cause a lot of bottlenecks on the infrastructure development and the operations of the port and the road system, which causes a lot of inefficiencies. So that's the challenge that we are currently facing. So the increase of the trucks, as you have indicated, it's a combination of many elements, but I will indicate or highlight on the boom in terms of the volumes that are being carried by those trucks. But on the negative side is the element of sabotage for the rail system and destruction that is actually taking place in that, which is something that is really not good. And it requires all of us to sort of actually work together to find a solution as to how we really deal with this, because I mean, rail is quite important for our economic development. Equally so, the road system is also important, but we just need to find a balance. It doesn't mean that because there is an opportunity for the road transport system to actually grow, probably then it must actually happen at the expense of the rail system. Thanks.
If I can just link on to what Heinz said, I think I'm the opposite of what you said. I don't think we should have more policies. I think we should have more implementation. I think that's where we're failing. I mean, if we look at rail, you know, it doesn't need a mathematician to tell you. If you transport anything further than 500 kilometers, it must be cheaper on rail. There's no doubt about it. If you transport bulk, but then, you know, everybody in this room is involved in logistics. You want to know door-to-door logistics. You want to know where is your stock. And in rail, if you don't have the whole logistical chain sorted out, then the people are not going to risk it. So if one looks at the rail policy, if you really have nothing to do tonight, pull the rail policy off the internet. It's an incredibly well-written document on the history of rail, what has happened, where it's going to. And that's what we should be looking at. We should be looking at rail taking back its rightful place as that, because I'm talking about pollution, the world's talking about pollution. We're moving more and more of our rail traffic onto roads. We're moving them onto 6,000 trucks. And that is causing the pollution. So we have to look at this thing holistically. Punella, you said, are there any plans or to say what type of buses we're going to buy? Can I tell you a story? I wanted to buy 20,000 tons of high tensile steel for the Gautrain. So this is steel tracks which are 62 kilograms per meter. So I went to ISCO and I said, please give me 20,000 tons. They said, no, sorry, we don't make it anymore. We've sold our plant to Taiwan. The order isn't big enough, 20,000. So I said, fine. So I got into the plane, I went to Spain. And in Spain, the guy sitting in the office to talk to the guys was a guy from Transnet Rail. And I said to him, what are you doing here? He says, no, I'm buying high tensile steel. I said, how much, for what are you using it? It says for the export coal and manganese lines. They use the steel. I said, how much do you want? He says 40,000 tons. So I say, if your 40 and my 20 could have been combined, we could have made the steel in South Africa. We could have made it in Vanderbijl Park. Now we're flying to Spain to create jobs there, to keep the Spain economy going. And I'm saying to myself, somebody up there must be coordinating this. It's the same with the BRTs. We decide we're going to do 12 local authorities will build BRTs. So I read in the newspaper, the mayor jumps into the plane and they go to China and they buy 200 buses in China or 200 buses in Brazil or 300 buses there. In the end, we may have 3,000 BRT buses in South Africa, all bought differently. In Curitiba, they have a Volvo factory. You can buy any bus you like in Curitiba, as long as it's a Volvo bus. So your choice in Curitiba is to buy a blue one or a green one or a red one, but that's your choice. They build single buses, articulated buses, 3-ton buses. So if we're going to fall in the same trap by saying we're going towards this electric buses or hydrogen buses, we should have an industry in South Africa. We should support the industry and support the jobs. And then say to a person, if you want a hydrogen bus, it must be made by X or Y, which is a South African company, and you can choose the blue bus or a red bus. And it actually, so we are going to try and start consolidating this purchasing power that we have. The gentleman that you spoke about, the motor vehicle manufacturers, again, this is a given. We're going to move from internal combustion engines to something else, to either electrical engines. But how do we take our staff with us? You know, if you buy an electric car from Elon Musk. That car's got a 1,000,000 kilometer guarantee, 1,000,000, because nothing breaks. It's got 20 moving parts. So can we, and the internal combustion engine car has got 2,000. Can't we bring this 11.5 million unemployed people and start retraining them, to start them, teaching them around electric cars, around how do you work with the batteries and that. So this is an opportunity that we have to take as a country. But I don't know, if they make me president for one day, I'll make this work. But I'm not going to be president for one day. So we have to talk. We have to talk to the powers that be. We have to talk. And remember, the president has created an infrastructure cluster in his office. Monaleng Ngubele is running it. So we have to start becoming a voice to talk to these guys to get some synergy out of it. And I'm old enough. I've seen all this stuff happening. In the Soccer World Cup, we got the soccer. We in our bid we had 16 stadiums. FIFA said we can get the Soccer World Cup, but we only had to improve 9 stadiums. We spent 4 years arguing which 6 stadiums had to be taken off the list. And afterwards, somebody said to the people, it's nice having the fight, but you still have to build the stadium. Now, all that I'm saying is that this time frame for hydrogen is short. It's a 5-year time. I've looked at the wind profile and the sun profile. The worst places in South Africa, the wind is better than in Germany. The worst sunshine in South Africa is better than the best in Germany. So we have the opportunity. We have the opportunity to generate this power. And can you think for a moment, when the guys in the Middle East get cross with us, they push up the price of crude oil and our economy stutters. If we make our own fuel, if we make our own hydrogen, we won't be subject to rand-dollar variations or anything. We're making our own power. So why don't we jump up and do it? If you have a political party that you support, go and talk to them. Tell them, talk about that in Parliament, not about other stuff.
Thank you, Jack. Right, Marcella Mflapu, is she there? She raised her hand there on Zoom. There we go, Marcella.
Hi, good day again to everyone. I wanted to opine on the policy matter, and I have learned from one government official that said that the government has lots of issues that they need to deal with. If there's anything that I, as Marcella, or any of the South African companies, individuals, or civil society, bring solutions to the table. I don't think that if we take a proposal either to DPE, DOT, Treasury, even the presidency, that we will have, sorry, that's my phone, we will be kicked out. So we do have a listening government, and I and our association, we have been engaging with government. The policy, that policy area was involved in, we sat in the same room with Transnet. We disagree, we agree on certain points, but what we must agree on as South Africans, that we must revitalize the railway sector. And I am happy that Mr. Botana mentioned the gauge issue. We are aligned with SARA. SARA is a regional body. There is ARIA and SARA are 2 different organizations. We look to SARA for guidance, particularly on from the SADC perspective. And I hope that one of these days, ARIA will be a member of SARA. And strictly from it, this is informed by an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And we look forward to a journey that will be a part and will be led by SARA, because they play such a critical role on the region. And once we have that region, for us, the market is as South Africans and SADC as a role, the continent is waiting for us. We're not advocating only for South African or SADC in terms of the railways, but we're advocating for the entire continent. Let's go together as SARA, meaning that ARIA, having SARA leading the conversation to go onto the continent, the rest of the continent, and influence the Cape Gauge system, bring in investment. But Mr. Botana, on record, we look up to SARA. We are a champion of the South African rail industry, but most importantly, we are not only an association, we're an export council. And as part of being an export council and tying the two with a rail policy, and the rail policy, as Uncle Jack has suggested, if you look at clause 6.1.5, it talks about building local industry capacity. As an export council, we need to build that capacity to increase unemployment, to create new jobs, to create new careers, because rail in itself is changing. And for Transnet, we as ARIA, we're not fighting Transnet. We come from a point of holding government accountable, but we are a partner. When there are problems, they're not Transnet problems. There are South African problems. We are quite aware of the vandalism that takes place, but how can we work together to ensure that we protect the infrastructure? Because if Transnet loses, I lose, and our members lose as well. So we come from a supportive stance, and we may disagree on a number of things, but the vision that SARA holds, that Transnet holds to revitalize the sector is the same vision that ARIA holds. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Well said and well structured. We'll give the panel the opportunity to respond just now. Is there still a hand raised? Temba.
Yes,
you can
thank you.
speak.
Yeah,
Thank you, Temba.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether I want my camera on, but if you can hear me, then it is cool. I won't take long. It's just the presentation of Vugani. I hope I heard him well when he mentioned that I forgot to introduce myself. I'm from the Department of Transport, so the policymaker, national. He mentioned that when he was talking about the split of road and rail, he said that among road and rail, there is no one who is taking others' business. And then when you look at those granite blocks moving from north, well, Jack mentioned that if the distance is too high and it's bulk, it's supposed to be on rail. Does he agree with that, to say that a road is not taking the rail business in that case? And he also mentioned one thing with respect to the containers, that in Namibia, in the last 10 years average has been the loss of 2.3. And then also in South Africa, the growth is slowing. Well, our theory, when we talk about SADC issues, we think that if the North-South corridor through Beitbridge is disturbed, the traffic is diverted to Walvis Bay all the way. So we would expect that Namibia would not lose in that case, especially these days. We've been having a lot of disturbances in the Beitbridge and N3 as such, with the many trucks being tossed and all that. We would expect that then that would benefit Walvis Bay to some extent. And then lastly, Chair, I don't want to waste much of your time. the SARA presenter mentioned that the rail north-south corridor is defined or described as from Durban to Dar es Salaam. I just want to inquire if the rail gauge is not a problem all the way from Durban up to Dar es Salaam. Because if that to be the case, if that is the case, then are there any transshipments that happens on the route all the way, or is just smooth and goes like that? And then lastly, as I mentioned that I'm a policymaker, well, Jack answered. I think the question was actually motivated by the frustration that there are the policies which are not being implemented. But with respect to the policy formulation process in the government, it's so open. There are those green papers, there are white papers, there are a lot of consultations with respect to the policy. Everyone in the country who is interested can really give inputs, but we are all frustrated that there is no implementation. Well, Jack has been around for long. Remember when there was a transport deregulation in 1974, there were just policies put in place that there would be no problem with respect to the road rail issues. But even today, we are still talking about that rail is really suffering with respect to road, gaining the traffic. So with that, may I leave it to you then with your panel there.
Themba, thank you very much. Let's ask our panel to respond to what's been said and also combine it with closing remarks. So if we can please start with Jack and then Gokane and then Barbie. Thank you very much, Jack.
I fully agree that we must bring solutions to the table. I think that's a given. And I've been in transport now. I started working on the 26th of June, 1971. So some of you may have not been born by then, but I can just tell you there's no sport like transport. So if we want to make this thing work, we have to together make it work. So I think it's forums like this that opens up the agreement. But I think I fully agree that policy is not the problem. It's implementation of the policy, which is the issue. And I think, there could be a lot of reasons for that, but I think the fact that we keep on changing ministers so often and we keep on changing the DGs with the ministers so often is that there is no institutional knowledge, and that hampers these long-term policy implementation. So one should have a look at that. But I value the comments that are made here, and really, if my office is open and I have an open door to my minister, so please contact me if there's anything that you would like to do. My email address is jackvdm@gautrain.co.za. So it's easy to remember. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jack. Bokane.
Okay, I'll just respond on the question around the split between road and rail. Well, my point about to say that I don't see that there is any sort of a cannibalism between different modes of transport is basically, driven by an economic theory that says, it can be only demand that will trigger, the growth or a need of a diversification and the growth of one sector to another. I don't think that probably, let's say, the system, I don't want to mention a specific industry. I don't think that the creation of a alternative solution to actually move cargo will be designed based on the fact that one mode of transport is really actually trying to destroy the other, but it's purely based on the demand. And if that particular, let's say, the current existing transport system is unable to cope with the demand, obvious, then that will actually create opportunities in terms of transport diversification. So the main point is that, different transport system will exist because there is a demand for that. But I guess maybe it's just a matter of the whole process probably needs to be managed so that everyone can be able to actually do business. And I believe that our economy is actually big enough for every sector to sort of actually grow and implement its own strategies. And I would further maybe make an example about some ports that are in our neighboring countries. Some of us, we had actually a perception that your Port of Maputo, they are actually taking our volumes, which probably, in fact, is actually not a fact. But it's a matter of, obvious, the cargo owners and the shipping lines, they have options to choose. If they prefer to choose, let's say, your Port of Maputo over a Port of Durban, then that's the opportunity that they have. But it's a matter of, as the port system in the South African market, we need to be on top of our game to really actually sit down and actually understand why probably we're actually losing clients, if we are actually losing client, and try to implement strategies that will actually try to maintain and attract more customers in terms of our system. So my point is, I don't think that there is any intentions to sort of actually take away the current clients that are using, let's say, one transport system, but it's a matter of maybe the current system is unable to cope with demand, which then creates an alternative. Then obviously there will be diversification and growth in other modes of transport. Thanks.
Thank you, Vukani. Mr. Babe Botana, you've got some closing remarks. Keep it short, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me appreciate the comments from my colleague, Misila. Well said, Misila. And we'll discuss it further at the SARA Rail conference, if you are there, in terms of cooperation and so forth. My colleague from the Department of Transport, the Cape Gate roads a long time ago, because he didn't have a tape measure, he was using his feet. We have now decided to call it Cape Gauge, runs all the way to Dar es Salaam. It covers all the SADC countries except Tanzania, and except part of Tanzania beyond Dar es Salaam. But from South Africa or Durban all the way to Dar es Salaam, the Cape Gauge is otherwise they use the Cape Gauge. So that is the advantage that the railways in the region have. And they can take very good advantage of that inherent Cape Gauge, which is all over the SADC region. Let me finally just indicate that the SARA Rail Conference, which I indicated that is an expertise exchange forum, will be taking place at the Gallagher Convention Center in Midrand, Johannesburg, from the 26th to the 28th of October 2022. And we will be sharing a lot of information in terms of strategies which might lead to operational efficiencies. And we will be hearing also from the users of rail what they would want to see and what are their expectations, both in terms of efficiencies, in terms of information to the customers, in terms of cargo tracking, and so forth and so forth. So that opportunity is available this month between the 26th and the 28th of October 2022. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Botana. Thank you very much, Mr. Jack Panamera, Mr. Bukani. We really appreciate your participation and presentation in the panel discussion. Let's give this panel a big hand. Ladies and gents, what we're going to do now is we tried to get lunch earlier, but the kitchen said they're not ready for us yet. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a 20 minutes break. So please go and grab a refreshment and come and visit these communication desk and get your cards in those lucky draws and so on. And then we see you in 20 minutes time. What we will do is we'll combine this afternoon's 2 panel discussions into one. So that will make us win a lot of time as well. So take a 20-minute break. We see you here in 12:45. Ladies and gents, I hate to do this. So can we take up our seats? We will have more time with it at the desks during lunch. So please, let's take up our seats. Let's take up our seats, please. We'll have more time to visit the desks during lunch. Ladies and gents, we please need to start. Take up your seats. Azai. Ladies and gents, please take up your seats. Right, ladies and gents, that's quite a battle to get you guys to sit, but please, let's take up your seats. We will do more communication days during lunch. Kevin, you can so long come to the front. Thank you, Kevin. And we're having quite a battle to get you guys to sit. Hein? Right, Kevin, can you please come to the front? Kevin, please come to the front. Ladies and gents, we're going to continue with our program. So please take up your seats. Mr. B. Mr. Basil Govender. Right, ladies and gents, we're going to continue now. Our next presenter. Can we have silence, please? Let me go and chase them. All right, let's continue. We're starting the second half, I can say, of our program. We will combine the panel discussions of this afternoon into one. So what we're going to do now, we're just swapping the two presenters here because one of the people must go to the airport. So the first presentation is after we're going to have now is Kevin Kwinana, and thereafter we'll have Basil Govender and then Anna-Marie Libbe. And then we will have lunch. And then we'll have the other two presentations by Gavin Kelly and maybe Ubogu. So it's a very exciting afternoon. And I promise you, I'm so excited to see all this effective communication taking place. It's so great to see this. So you're giving me positive stress here. We will do lots of, we'll give you ample time during lunch to still meet up and network and to visit the communication desks. That you'll have still easily about 40 minutes. But our first presenter now is Mr. Kevin Kwinana. He's a consulting manager of Pegasus, and he's going to talk about innovative ways of funding public transport. Thank you, Kevin.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Harry, for having us. And it's really good to be here today. My name is Kevin Kwinana. As mentioned, I'm a consulting manager with the transport practice of Pegasus Strategy and Development, a multidisciplinary management consulting firm. And today I'm joined by my colleague, Klaus Raber, who is a director PDG for urban economies. He's an urban planner as well as also has a background in economics. So today we're just going to touch on some work that we've done and want to share about on just some of the ways we can innovatively fund public transport, and maybe starting off and picking up where some of our speakers have spoken about the economic benefits created by transport projects. These can be used to unlock a range of innovative funding mechanisms and can help to alleviate the pressure on public funding. So we know that transport projects drive economic development in a whole host of ways. And I was chatting to one of the attendees earlier, and I said we need to have a mind shift when it comes to the way we view funding in transport infrastructure, and we need to start seeing it as an economic stimuli. So the costs of infrastructure projects, in particular transport projects, is often quite substantial. Traditionally, this is heavily reliant on government funding or government guaranteed borrowing. And today we're going to talk a bit about some of the innovative mechanisms that can be used to fund transport projects beyond the traditional funding sources. So we'll touch on the growing need for public transport investment, touch on the benefits of transport projects. And in the interest of time, we're probably going to spend quite most of our focus on the funding mechanisms around this notion of land value capture, and as well as funding linked to the reduction in carbon emissions. And we'll close off with a few conclusions. As we know, I think private vehicle use has been increasing quite rapidly over the decades, while public transport services have been in decline. I think this is linked to quite a lot of vehicle-oriented or private vehicle-oriented planning and investment. And what's that led to is a vehicle population that has increased by 40% since 2010, from about 9 million vehicles to 12.7 million vehicles in 2019. Over almost the same period of time, when we look at metro rail patronage, we see that it's decreased 97%, from over 54 million average monthly passenger trips in 2008, 2009, to currently sitting at 1.7 million trips in 2021, 22. So when we reflect on these, we realize that these factors have combined and will result in continued increase in congestion, impacting on labor mobility and competitiveness, high levels of spatial inequality and a mismatch between job opportunities and housing, the inefficient land use patterns, as well as limited diversity, and of course, an increase in carbon emissions. So there is therefore a need to invest significantly in public transport now in order to avoid the compounded future costs of not investing. Some of the economic benefits that I'll just run through for investing in public transport is improved labor mobility and productivity. Employees are able to access better work, become more efficiently employed. Business networks are able to optimize supplier-client networks, and we see an agglomeration benefits linked to the increased productivity, which means that cities become more competitive and are able to attract foreign direct investment, of which we sorely need. There's also a reduced cost of urban sprawl. Sprawl development increases our infrastructure and service delivery costs. And initiatives that reduce vehicle mileage lower the cost of this urban sprawl. There's also the low carbon economy due to reduced carbon emissions, as well as increased development opportunities around transport hubs, new areas unlocked for development, which result in an increase in GDP. So I want to underscore this by saying once again that we should see transport investment and transport projects, not just as any infrastructure project, but an economic stimuli. So when we look at I just want to pay a bit of a focus on specifically the property value increases attributed to transport projects. Apart from the general financial and economic benefits, there are specific property market benefits that I would like to highlight that accrue from investment in transport, and especially investment in rail transport. I've just used some examples from international cities. In Helsinki, for example, we see that property prices within the walking distance of the nearest metro stations have risen by 7.5% above other locations. And this is from a World Economic Forum study on accelerating infrastructure delivery. In Washington, DC, their metro cost about $9.5 billion to build in 2001. And that has created $10 to $15 billion in new land value. In Toronto, property taxes rose by 45% just generally downtown. However, that was 107% near their suburban metro stations, compared with a general 25% increase elsewhere. And the values of office space adjacent to the stations, on average, had a 30% higher increase than the city as a whole. So when we want to talk about leveraging, these transport benefits, what we often see, and this has been the pattern in the past, is that investment in transport that accrues in terms of benefits is actually almost primarily realized by the private sector through increased development opportunities and the value of those properties. To some extent, it is captured by local governments, and this is because of the benefit of increased rates income. However, to counter this, there are a number of mechanisms that can be used to ensure that the benefits that accrue from transport investment can actually be used to support the project itself and those transport systems. So for this next section, I'm going to allow Klaus Robbie to come up and just share a bit about those innovative funding and financing options.
Thank you, Kevin. Before I begin, I just want to say I'm the culprit with the 3 o'clock flight, and I'd like to apologize to Mr. Basil Govender. I don't like to be kicked down into the Siberia of the agenda late in the day, so I do apologize for the inconvenience. Kevin has spoken about the benefits. A lot of those benefits accrue to the primary investor, but as he said, there are a lot of positive externalities that take many shapes and forms, that generally that value diffuses across a whole range of actors, especially within urban land markets. Two very obvious ones that we can think about is improvements to transport accessibility, which gets capitalized into land values. And for that, there's a land value capture mechanism that we're going to speak to briefly. But when I can also think about something like how does the provision of rail, for example, reduce carbon emissions, if you think about the modal shift from road to rail, and to start thinking creatively about what kind of funding mechanisms and can actually be drawn in terms of climate change mitigation, which has also been, if you recall Jack's presentation, the biggest shark in the sea. So we have very little time. I'm not going to go into depth. I think the point being is that there are a whole range of different instruments which are called land value capture. It's not a very tightly defined concept. The two ones that are often mentioned that we can talk about very briefly is a windfall tax to the owner, and then also a betterment tax on all properties that experience an increased property value. So the second one is an obvious one. For example, if you can call it the passive land value capture, where the city actually benefits from increased property values. However, for a range of reasons, especially in the South African context, the first two, there's very few examples of the first two being explicitly driven or at least used as a motivation in the appraisal of a prospective transport infrastructure project. There are some exceptions. Some of you might know Claremont CID, where they actually funded a bypass, the property owners there, but there are relatively few examples of where that has happened. On the other hand, much more viable, given the constraints and the limitations of our own context, is this notion of leveraging public land holdings and through a profit sharing agreement actually work in partnership between private and public in order to make those developments viable and those investments viable. I think another important point to mention is that premising your public transport infrastructure principally upon the first two types of interventions in a context like South Africa, where they are quite weak macroeconomic fundamentals, which has also been touched on earlier, and where the property market is very subdued, especially in the commercial side. There are some good reasons to question whether additional taxes on those prospective property developments actually will, in a broader social sense, make sense. So if we move on, we're going to touch specifically on that third example. Now, our case study that is considered, I don't want to say it is a good example as in it is a typical example. I think it's probably more accurate to call it an ideal example. This is as good as it gets. It's a best case example. I think is a probably more accurate way to describe it. Basically, what happened is you have in Hong Kong, you have mass transit railway. They developed a railways and property model, which actually takes the place of subsidies and capital grants. It makes a profit through a combination of fare box revenue, commercial stations, retail rentals, and residential and commercial property development. And whilst there may be obvious distinctions between the Hong Kong context and the South African context, there are several key insights that may have relevance for the South African context. Very briefly, to talk about what that model looks like. So there's three main actors involved in this partnership. Firstly, you have the MTR, which is the mass transit railway. You have government and you have the developer. Hong Kong, of course, if you can imagine, it's a city-state. So there isn't this great distance between your national government and your local government. It's all effectively one entity. But the relationship basically works like this between the government, the development, and the railway operator. And that is that the government grants development rights for sites, for their own sites, which then gets used to develop the railway network. MTR buys the land from government at the present value, before those property values actually increase and the benefits start to accrue. The MTR then only builds the railways, develops the properties in partnership with private developers. And once the railway infrastructure is complete, then you will start to see property values increasing significantly. But obviously, it's not just the property value increase. You also have a whole range of economic activity, retail, etc., that becomes possible as a result. And the benefits which accrues from these investments and these operations allows MTR then to lease payments from developers. It receives lease payments from developers, which in turn funds further railway construction and running costs. So let's take a look at the numbers. It's extremely impressive. As I said, this is a best case example. What you see there, I know it's very small, but effectively starting on your extreme left, you're sitting at 1980, which is the year I was born, and it goes all the way to 2016 on the right-hand side. And what you can see is that over the first, until about, say, the first 20 years, it actually is making a loss. So the arrangement, the partnership doesn't really generate significant benefit for the parties concerned. But there is a tipping point that happens at once the network reaches a certain point of maturity and consolidation and usership or usage. And then post 2000, over those last 16 years, so from about halfway to the end, there's enough profit that gets generated as a result of this, or surplus value that gets created as a result of this partnership, that it paid for the overall railway network twice over. So what does that tell us? So the most important thing to notice is this is not something that can be done and necessarily motivated within one political cycle, for starters. This is a long-term commitment. It requires a long-term view for it to actually start making sense. But ultimately, it does seem to work given certain conditions being in place. So what are those conditions? Well, Hong Kong, as most of you have like me, have some sort of a visual understanding of what Hong Kong looks like and what it's about. Many of you might have had the privilege of going there and visiting it. But one thing, there's a couple of things that makes it quite distinctive compared to South African urban context. For starters, you have extremely high passenger volumes. It's the primary mode through which people actually move around. It's not, becomes quite sustainable if you think about, it's a very, very dense, compact urban conglomeration, fairly high incomes, and with those combinations, you actually see extremely high passenger volumes. Secondly, there's an incredibly strong underlying economy. I can't speak about the reintegration of Hong Kong back into China, but and things might have changed in recent period. But at least until 2016, there was a very robust overall economy, which of course also drives up property values and demand for additional development. But it's not only the macroeconomic picture that and the urban system that created the conditions. In addition, there's very much a cooperative relationship between the various parties concerned, and an enabling legislative environment, for example, for the Railway Authority to actually develop those properties. And finally, it should also be noticed, as noted in the last point, that the overall property market was quite robust. So you might say, well, Klaus and Kevin, that's all very nice, but what about the Gauteng context, the functional region as was discussed earlier, or the Cape Town or the eThekwini context? Yes, there are differences, but there are also some things that we can take on board. And some of them include, for example, the fact that it's a long-term strategy, this land value capture approach. It does require that all the parties concerned in the partnership are sufficiently capacitated to be able to have those relationships and to see the long-term value in those relationships. And of course, especially a sensitive one is whether the state, the government actor can build the necessary trust with the private sector to elicit their interest. Beyond that, a big issue, a big stumbling block in the South African context is, of course, legislation, which needs to be more enabling to allow for transport entities to engage in commercial development of land. And government, and especially the cities and the local government, should also be much more involved upfront, not only about identifying and contributing land, but also to aggressively upzone those properties to create opportunities and to ensure that those developments become viable. Don't worry too much about the scary graph. Kevin said, Klaus, don't even go there, you're going to lose them. So I'm not going to get into the detail. The question is, we were faced with a question, okay, that's fine in Hong Kong, but what can we know? What data do we have available to make some order of magnitude estimation of to what extent our local land market is able to actually generate those values? And of course, our best case example of a recent major infrastructure investment in railway is the Gautrain. So what we could actually do by looking at valuation data, by looking at sales data, over time, we could actually track to what extent that those nodes that were served by Gautrain progressively as the network rolled out over the last 15 years, how did they perform differently to those nodes that were not on the network? And by doing so, we are able to control for the influence of the overall economy. And actually, whilst this may not be able to be published in a fully fledged scientific paper, it gives us an order of magnitude feel for what impact this Gautrain actually has had. And obviously, the various property submarkets, whether it's residential or office or retail, they're all their own animal, and you have to look at them separately, which we did. The method, by the way, for those of you that are interested in these kind of things, this is a difference in difference approach, which is the standard kind of method for this sort of analysis. So what did we find? We found that, yes, aggregate property values within those nodes that were served by the Gautrain increased more than unserved nodes. And this effect was particularly noticeable for residential, the sectional title residential, which are typically townhouses and apartments, which is the kind of denser residential fabric that us planners get very excited about as things become much more possible from an efficiency perspective, from a livability perspective, when we get those densities. But also to some extent in the office market, we've seen a positive effect. But it's not just existing properties that increase in value, it's also new development and redevelopment that becomes possible. And obviously, for those of you that are familiar with these areas, you can see that difference in places like Rosebank and Sandton. The other thing worth noting, and this is getting a little bit technical, but there is a risk that when you provide a service to a new area, you're increasing property values, and the effect is if those values actually accrue only to the landowners. It doesn't actually distribute to society at large. However, when there is evidence of an elastic housing market, which we can see in these cases, one of the key impacts that we've noticed with the Gautrain is how it has stimulated a denser residential development around those nodes. So it's not only limited to office developments, etc. And that's a very positive sign, because that actually suggests that the benefit actually extends beyond landowners, and it includes workers and other parties. So I'm going to skip over this just in the interest of time before we talk about elastic housing markets, because then we will run over. But the long and the short of it is that these impacts were noted looking over the last 10 years. And you can obviously, if you're talking from the perspective of local government, you can put a number on the value that it accrues to the local government in the form of property rates. And we could see actually how those property rates actually really benefited the city over time. It is not to say necessarily, in distinction to Gautrain, Hong Kong, it's not to say that property rates and land value capture will fully allow for recovery, a full recovery of infrastructure costs, but it has to be at the very least part of the appraisal in terms of whether or not the investment makes sense. Okay. I'm going to stop there. Yeah, let's stop there. We looked forward in terms of what would the extension of the railway look like to the new nodes, and we found that up to 2 billion rand of additional rates could be generated, just to give you a sense of the kind of value that can get unlocked. I'm going to hand back to my colleague, Kevin. Thank you very much.
Thanks. So as part of a study we did on the funding and financing of possible extensions to the Gauteng Rapid Rail Integrated Network, we did this for National Treasury, Development Bank of South Africa, as well as the Gautrain Management Agency. We developed this private-public partnership model that can help unpack how land value capture could work in the context of, let's say, station development. So what you have here is this map, and it's not entirely clear, but it shows, for example, Randburg, and the Randburg station is right in the center of those two circles. The two circles show the land valuation impact area. So this is the area we would expect would be impacted by an investment of rail in this instance. The orange blocks, which aren't entirely clear, is an analysis of publicly owned land, most of it owned by the city of Johannesburg. And oftentimes, what the traditional process has been in South Africa is that when you have a railway line running across there, which you can see in the dotted yellow and black, is you'd expropriate this land in order to build the railway and the related infrastructure. Now, an approach to unlocking the value of the land would be for the city to take consideration of that impact area and for it to consider how it can potentially, unlock that value. The first is the immediate land around the station precinct could form part of a property PPP for development purposes, which would then accrue back into the project. Another one would be to actually review the current zoning of the land with the consideration of possibly rezoning so that it can unlock further value. So how this would work in this short diagram is you have the city of Johannesburg, which is the landowner in our context, entering into some sort of a land transfer agent agreement. As mentioned, two really options around donation as well as the shifting of development rights. The GMA, which is our transport authority, would then establish a property PPP in partnership with your developers, who would then develop immediately in the node of that station precinct the commercial and retail as well as residential investments. That would be from a long-term lease perspective. And what we then see is that the development and profit share could flow back into the project. The city could also potentially, in order to entice developers, offer some sort of a rates rebate, which can then also be realized by the property PPP. In addition to that, that second circle talks about the precinct itself, which is going to realize that value. And that one is what was already being captured, which is the rates differential. We've already seen that there will be an increase in land value, and as a result, the city benefits through that, through the increase in rates. Just to run through some existing studies before we close off of this model, PRASA, for example, has already put out a tender for station development of the Cape Town station, which already includes the right to enter into a PPP for a developer who must then improve the underlying station precinct in addition to any developments around it. PRASA would contribute some of the capital costs towards this funding, as well as enjoying a 49% profit participation. It's important to highlight that these kind of arrangements work best for large-scale projects, which would be valued at in excess of 100 million rand. The MyCity bus rapid transit system in Cape Town entered into a partnership with a private developer for the development of the Century City station. And the station was funded by the private developer as part of their development fees to contribute towards the bulk cost, or the cost of bulk infrastructure. So we can see how this project has helped unlock that further investment in residential, industrial, retail, as well as office development in the area. In closing, I just want to touch on one that is definitely an important one for the future. Jack had touched on it, Mr. Jack van der Merwe, and this is the low carbon-based funding. And we know that public transport plays a key role in reducing carbon emissions when we look at it in comparison to private vehicle use, which makes it eligible for climate change mitigation funding, such as green bonds, finance climate-friendly projects, while also providing investors with a stable income. South Africa has already implemented a carbon tax, and we see this as an opportunity for a portion of that carbon tax to be ring-fenced for use on low carbon investment projects. And so I'm just going to conclude by saying that whilst it's very rare for public transport to operate without a subsidy, and South Africa isn't Hong Kong, as we've highlighted, we do know that our government and nation is under immense fiscal pressure from competing funding needs. And so alternative public transport funding mechanisms can help alleviate some of that pressure. Implementing innovative funding mechanisms also takes time and institutional capacity. And so the partnerships, the legislation and policy aspects are quite important. In closing, the best time to invest in public transport is now. Whilst it takes time to see the benefits from some of the funding mechanisms, investing in public transport is a key enabler for economic development and efforts to reduce carbon emissions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't this great presentations? I just want to give them some tokens of appreciation. Thank you so much. It is something you can take on the airplane. Thank you. Thank you for really capturing our attention to land value. I think we're missing out anybody working in this space not talking to you guys. Thank you so much. Let me just put our program up. Can I tell them we call you Mr. B, or I'm not allowed to? Can I tell them we call you Mr. B, or I'm not allowed to do that? Ladies and gents, We're going to have Mr. Basil Govender. He's the Executive Manager of South African Bus Operators Association. He's going to talk about post-COVID reflection on an industry in distress, the South African road, passenger bus and coach sector running out of road. And Basil, we've been looking forward to your presentation. After Basil's presentation, we'll have lunch, and then you'll be able to visit the desks again. Or that one. Up and down.
Thank you, Harry. Afternoon, everybody. Should have been a good day on the original program. Klaus and Kevin departed the building because I think that last slide nails it, but I think the stark reality of actual funding problems is about to hit your screen. And I think it's important, people, that, you get the view of what the stark reality is of the lived experience of a funding problem. But before that, thank you, Harry, and good afternoon, everybody. If I don't look at you sufficiently enough, this layout is a bit challenging to get to everybody in terms of eye contact. And I see you online, colleagues. I hope you see me as well. So, Jack indicated very early on in the day, and Dr. Joash also indicated a couple of key things: lack of modal integration, law enforcement, declining funding in the intro. Thank you, sir. That just creates the ambit for what I'm about to talk about. Then Jack went on to talk about complexities and challenges. Again, that's what we have. Let me hasten to add, I think this complexity that we're talking about today for public transport funding is pretty much one of those self-created conundrums we could have avoided. But having said that, this should have been a joint presentation with my colleague from SAPAC, Gary Wilson. He got called in an absolute crisis and had to cancel his flight and deal with that. So his apologies. So let's go. As I said, would have been a joint, but if you don't know by now, that's what the two acronyms stand for, SABOA and SAPAC. And literally, the road is not just bumpy, but it is disruptive. And we are certainly running out of road as an industry. So just as a backdrop, SABOA had a conference on the 9th of June. Minister Mbalula opened the conference with a keynote address. And to quote him directly from some of parts of his address, I've highlighted for you the key operative aspects that he spoke to us about. Can only be delivered if we work together. Okay. The onset of COVID had a direct impact. Unfortunately, public transport in South Africa was already in a dire situation when the pandemic was declared. And then moving further down into his address, he says, through all this period, public transport capital investment for renewal, improvement and system extensions have essentially dried up. Funding issues, structural issues. However, he did commit. He was looking forward to engaging with our resolutions. The purpose of today's presentation to say is, unfortunately, that is not happening. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. And short of calling for a national protest, I'm not sure what it's going to take to get the minister to the table. So it's become clear from all of this and from industry stakeholders that were not involved in the past that a coming together of industry representative bodies and principal stakeholders was needed and is currently unfolding. And this is with a view to harmonizing a collaborative approach. The industry is in decline. We all know that, we acknowledge that, but we need to break it up into parts. So we want to take a short-term view to create sustainability, and then the long-term and medium-term issues for the transport sector as a whole. So how do you do that? We can't do all of this in silos and in individual efforts and processes. So SAPAC has put together a task team that has brought labor and employers together, and SABOA has been asked to come on board because of the extensive involvement in the industry and with government. And the process under facilitation from SAPAC and SABOA will extend to include input from the rest of the industry and stakeholders. And then we seek urgent engagement with the minister and the national government departments. And again, I said, the objective to ensure common approach on all issues. So what is this collaborative representation? The industry is multi-tiered, multi-layered, multi-sectored, and bringing entities like SAPAC and SABOA together ensures collective representation of the entire industry and broadly to maximum stakeholders. So collectively, we will represent the majority of the interest and sectoral issues. SAPAC parties that are currently involved would be the unions, SATAU, TAUSA, NUMSA. And from an employer point of view, there are two major employer entities, SABIA, the South African Bus Employers Association, and COBIO, which is the Commuter Bus Employers Association. And then you all know about SABOA. If you don't by now, I'm going to hold you criminally liable if you don't know what SABOA is and who they represent. So, you know, there's much has been said that there is access to government and there isn't access to government depending who you talk to, but you've got to go with something to government. We're not asking for anything without proposals. So to do that, you have to have a data set. So both parties, SABOA and SAPAC, conducted independent surveys and collated some of those information. So today's a high-level view. SABOA focused on the funding model. SAPAC focused on the impact of COVID and some of the long-standing damage done. So the summarized findings more or less say the industry is under financial distress, last threads of resilience, average fleet age is in decline, efficiency improvements have reached a plateau, and the collective bargaining forum is shrinking, and the environment is reflecting that companies have closed, brink of closure, and unions are losing membership. So what are the SABOA issues specifically? A very complex slide, and essentially the default position here is looking at the yellow in comparison with the red, and if that comes across as gray to you. And this is how it stacks up. Column 1 is a benchmark that is currently inherent in the public transport operating grant infrastructure subsidy model. It talks to an escalation percentage based on the formula that's written in the contract. So it lists 14 years of what should have been an escalation. Column 2 in yellow is what the actual payment was to operators that fall within this. And then your reds indicate everything that was below the benchmark or below the indice. And your last 3 columns to the side talk about CPI, average increase, annual wage increase, and the annual average wholesale diesel price increase. So first column, only 4 years out of 14 years got an escalation increase as per the formula. The rest were below the mark. Okay, starting to the right, if you look at all the red columns, all of those cost indices were higher than the middle column or the yellow column, showing that out of the 14 years, only 4 years you've got the desired or correct escalation. And over the same period, all of those reds indicate how the cost indices were higher than the increase afforded to operators. What does that mean? Okay, that's a straight track on since 2009, when the PTOG increase and the DORA Act, or Division of Revenue Act, came into being. He's tracking the blue line says what should have been the escalation. The orange line says what was the escalation, and down the bottom is tracking the difference. Yeah, it's all numbers, but it's a significant number. If you project, and I apologize that you cannot see that, Harry, you would need to do something about the lighting. The cumulative difference to 2024 projected for public transport funding in its current mode is 3.65 billion rand. It's going to take a toll somewhere. So we canvassed the operators in the high-level industry survey. And again, I'm not sure if you're able to see that, but we did the top 10 rankings of issues affecting an ability to comply with your current contractual conditions. And you see some of them highlighted in red. A deterioration in profitability, 87%. Escalation in maintenance costs for aging fleet, 79%. Concern about the future financial outlook of the company, 79%. And it goes on. The least ranked weighting to this, serious concern about the financial position of the company, 55%. And the bus fleet has aged right down at the bottom, 80%. So the industry is saying we've reached a point where something needs to happen and something needs to change. All of this, folks, over the years has led to people's lack of confidence in public transport in general, but it's the bus sector that's feeling the pinch. We know about the demise of rail and the conditions around which PRASA is operating. To the left, top left is passengers per trips per month. And this is comparing the period July 2008 to July 2022. And if you look at it, it is an absolute plummet in terms of passenger trips. Okay. We would have expected PRASA with the introduction of some lines to show some recovery. But again, if you look at the blue, which is the rail, for July 2020 to July 2022, it's pretty much still down on the bottom. Then to the right, the commuter bus stats reflect that we are still down about 20% on pre-COVID figures. And since the introduction of the PTOG, we've not been allowed to add trips or additional routes and services due to the capping of the Division of Revenue Act. Inevitably, the minibus taxi industry has grown its market share on the back of this type of restrictions and limitations. However, the commuter bus industry is very resilient, but I'll show you that they've reached the end of the road in terms of resilience, and we cannot continue under the same as is under the current financial circumstances. You all know about the National Household Transport Survey. This is giving you the last 3 surveys with a view to taxi, bus, and rail or train. So the first 3, you look at the significant exponential increase of taxis from 2003 to 2020. Buses went up a bit to 2013 and then have gone downwards again to 14.6%. And then rail has been pretty much on the lower end of it, but at 2.4 in the 2020 figures. Again, showing that there's a capitalization by the minibus taxi industry towards the losses between the other 2 sectors. So the funding conundrum. Yeah, everybody talks about it. We heard a lot about it today. And, you know, what do we do? So I'm going to share with you some of the complexities, and it's a pity Jack is not here, but we do have some other government representatives present. This is a direct excerpt from the National Department of Transport's presentation to the Portfolio Committee on Transport. And to summarize it, there are currently 108 bus contracts in the country paid directly from the public transport operating grant allocation. And this excludes a few that are exclusively paid from equitable share allocations at Limpopo, Northwest, and the Eastern Cape. The value of subsidy for those 108 contracts is in the region of 6 billion as presented there. Although interim contracts are few in number, they are big in size. So there are 23 interim contracts which account for over 63% of this allocation. Tendered contracts make up the majority of that, and 75 tender contracts, however, account for 28% of that allocation. And there's a balance of 10 negotiated contracts. Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal enjoy the majority share of the funding. Now, importantly, no new contracts have been concluded since the publication of the model tender document in 2013. That is, no new contracts. No new competitive tender contracts have been entered into since 2001. A year short of a quarter of a decade, public transport has limped along from a bus and the bus industry point of view. Okay. And through all of this period, and some of the reasons cited by the department in their presentation, this is due to insufficient funding to address the demand, and the funding has only received CPI-related adjustments and sometimes lower. Harry, I know you're checking the time, and you've done a government on me. The bus industry is always asked to operate with lesser, and now don't expect me to cut my time as well, okay? Enough is enough. However, some new tenders were attempted in early 2000, and these were stopped through a court order due to some of the contracting authorities not being in place and not having requisite approved integrated transport plans. You've heard it from Jack, you've heard it through a couple of speakers, and Dr. Joash started the morning saying lack of modal integration. That's what it speaks to. The matter has been to court on a number of occasions and is still outstanding. Another part of the conundrum, national government says it should be noted that in terms of the NLTA, provinces are not contracting authorities for new contracts. Yet some provinces are attempting to go down this road, and it's through some intergovernmental agreements and the like, and we'll give them credit for taking a step, especially in Gauteng, with the establishment of the Gauteng Transport Authority, headed by Jack, and the Gautrans Department. But the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport issued bus tenders last year, and these were interdicted by PATCO and the Bus Industry Restructuring Fund, and SABOA by being a virtue of a signatory to a document called the Heads of Agreement. Key to the court judgment is that the tender process was found to be irrational and unlawful, and an impugned tender had arisen. And the minister had withdrawn his consent. The province was not compliant in terms of the existing agreement called the Heads of Agreement, which was signed by national government on behalf of provinces, unions on behalf of labor, and SABOA on behalf of the members. And there was also very apparent lack of current and approved integrated transport plans. So a little bit more about Gauteng's 32 to 34 contracts. Gauteng's contracts, that's about 30% of the 108 contracts currently at play. They account for about 33% of their total funding, over 2 billion rand. We deemed the tender process last year to be somewhat of an acid test. And why do we say that? Okay. The current total funding allocated as per the presentation done to the portfolio committee is over 2 billion and 17 million rand in a bit for the listed contracts. The tender that was put out was redesigned into 8 contracts. 41 bidders submitted a collective 146 bids across all 8 contracts. And then from the information provided, when you did a composite averaging out of the contract bid prices, it reflected that whilst some individual bids were below the current funding cap, the total requirement far exceeded the current funding, and therefore it would make implementation impractical without additional funding. Kudos to the Gauteng government, the Gauteng province. They're currently looking at alternative legal ways of ensuring that the service continuation beyond March is sustained. They've issued an RFI to existing operators with due consideration for negotiated contracts. And that's happening under the guidance of Section 41 of the NLTA. It's a positive development. We're hoping that it is handled correctly and systematically, and the industry must commit to this type of engagement and ensure that there's movement forward. So SAPAC, Mr. Wilson would have done with that, dealt with this. So they looked at the declining position of the formal public transport, and particularly from their point of view, the bus and coach industry. All these issues have been documented in the last 2 decades, but they then tied that back to the impact of COVID-19 and in the context of the current macroeconomic storm that's hitting us in terms of all the financial indicators. And their findings on the ripple effect of this, whilst they say has not yet been realized on social stability, the commentary from them is that unemployment, in the backdrop of high levels of unemployment, retrenchments only further contribute to the pool of unemployed and creates further shortage of employment, which will result in greater dependence on government grants. Inevitably, we're seeing crime levels increase from all the social challenges available. Our tax base is shrinking, and as a result, there is a shortage of formal public transport for the community to access. The quick summary on the COVID-19 impact. Through this period, we had lockdown regulations and capacity restrictions. And importantly, people, and I think this is something that demonstrates the industry's resilience, the cost of compliance for COVID came at a high bill. Collectively, about 102 million rand per month through the height of COVID, and I think it's become the new norm. So the cost of ensuring a bus service to you and the public that is compliant from a COVID and health safety point of view is 4,676 rand per bus. Not saying every one of those 65,000 buses that Jack mentioned is doing this, but you can do the numbers. Through this period, all the bus companies had to sustain their fixed costs, and it was done against periods of no income or reduced income, and still recovering income streams. So the industry has lost many jobs, and this has contributed to the industry losing market share. Let me give you some of those stats then. From their research, which is concerning, focusing on the employment within the industry, SAPAC has found that 40% of the entities were directly impacted upon to a point of no return. So there's some technical terms here in terms of parties and non-parties, and we can unpack that for you. And we've got some representatives here for the discussion point later. But drilling down a bit deeper, the research found that from 2019 to present, or to in 2021 and to present, you started with 109 companies registered with SAPAC. They've decreased to 74. 35 of those, mainly small to medium non-party companies, have closed their doors. It appears that 2 are attempting to re-enter the market, but it will take a long time for re-entry and to re-establish. And then as parties or directly signed up members, slightly different, but still with dire outcomes. Here, parties to the council opted for routes like retrenchment, resizing, and restructuring. So the number of entities reduced, again, from 65 in 2019 to 54 in 2022. All of you know about one of those big entities that is Greyhound, that closed their doors after decades and subsequently re-emerged through a new ownership structure. And currently, as we speak, there are 2 SOE entities NTI and GNT that are going under a business rescue or review of business rescue. From a labor and employment point of view, this is stock. The number of employees, 2019, registered within the industry, 22,218, that's within the SAPAC collective environment, decreased to 15,000 in 2021. 6,784 employees shed within the bus and coach sector. And again, by extension, that impacts on unions, union representations, and their collective bargaining strength. And the union statistics indicate that their direct loss of membership totals around 6,000 members. So, what are the real issues? From an industry point of view, broadly speaking, policy, not the actual policy, the implementation of the policy. We've heard it a couple of times today. All policies drafted are pretty much sound and sustainable. It's the implementation. To implement, you would need integrated transport plans and networks. And again, that is lacking. For that to happen, you need a correct funding model and a correct appropriation of the funding. And as the thread flows, if you sorted the funding, you need the Transport Contracting Authority to administer and oversee that. Now, all of those first four issues are seriously impacted by a current and long-standing misaligned intergovernmental approach. And I'm talking about all three tiers of government right down to district level. And an example, there seems to be currently the drive to get BRT systems implemented across many cities and municipalities at great cost. Okay, but there's very little regard to the actual duplication of services. And in many cases, there's a bias of funding and the funding model and approach to BRT systems. Safety and security, the labor and business environment and the commuter and community environment. We as industry are bringing everybody together. However, the misaligned approach from government, we've heard early on, spatial planning, safety and security, and public transport planning need to be in the same place, on the same page. And we as industry have reached a point that we are on the same place and the same page. So in terms of a final word, the industry is running out of road. Okay. I think Madam Nhlapo earlier on said, Harry, if I may quote her, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. It's time for the minister to come so that we can go together. Okay. We've asked, he now needs to make good on his commitments that he made on 9th of June. All of these challenges must be managed, but not individually, and cannot be managed in isolation. So SABOA and SAPAC, through our presence, our national reach and collective reach, will continue to facilitate a collaborative approach to address the systemic issues, the structural issues. But the immediate requirement is, dear Minister and the entire government, take note. The industry is running out of road. Please come to the table. There may be an electric bus that will bring you to the table. And with that, Harry, I think I've clapped it in time, right? Cheers.
Thank you so much, Basil. That was, can I say thank you for your concern for our industry? Really appreciate that. And can I say I'm glad I'm not in his seat for taking care of all of this and all the communication, engagements, and the important role he's playing in the industry. So Basil, thank you very much for sharing with us. And I'm quite sure they're looking forward to be talking to you in a panel discussion. Ladies and gents, I'm doing my best to still have you out of here this afternoon at 4 o'clock, maybe 4:15, but maybe still 4 o'clock. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a lunch break. And after a lunch break, we'll have Gavin Kelly presenting. He's got time constraints, so we'll be having him after lunch. He'll present from Zoom. Thereafter, we will have Anna Marie from Prasa presenting. And then we'll have Dumebi Ubogu presenting the last presentation, last but not the least, as they say. Then we'll have the panel discussion. And then we will do that nice draws, lucky draws and so on, which you can win lots of prizes. I want to mention as well, you see, here is a security camera. This thing is worth 1,000 rands. I know it because I bought it. So Olga Mashilu from Boleng Bontle, who's running the Transport Forum Business Director, she's going to run a draw for this camera from her desk. So make sure you get your business card in there with Boleng Bontle, the Business Directory desk. And then opposite all the other desks. And remember, all the exhibitors, you're welcome to put your cards in the other exhibitors' boxes as well, or in their lucky draws. So enjoy lunch. I see you here, please, at 14:30. So you've got a little bit more than half an hour. And engage at the tables. Enjoy your lunch. See you at 14:30. Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, lunch is served in a restaurant. So you walk this around the building to the restaurant, okay? Please have a lunch quickly and then you return for the desks. Meneer wat is niet. Ach, ja. All right, I'm actually talking to the people on Zoom and YouTube. The venue decided to serve lunch about 5 minutes walk from the venue, 5 to 10 minutes walk, I suppose. So that's put quite a delay on our process. So everybody's now walking back to the venue. So we will start 5 or so minutes later. So our sincere apologies for that. People on Zoom and YouTube, we still waiting for the delegates to return from the restaurant. It's quite a distance to walk and so on. So as soon as we have an audience back here, we will start. So you guys already in a room and you haven't paid a visit to some of these communication desks yet. Now's your chance to quickly run and make sure your business cards and the lucky draw boxes. They haven't visited the communication desks yet. Run quickly to those desks. Make sure you get your business cards in at all the boxes and so on. I'll give you another 5 minutes and then we'll start. Okay, ladies and gents, another 2 minutes and we're going to start. While the presentations are busy, you're welcome silently to also still visit the desks and so on. Quietly. All right, ladies and gents, there's our updated program. So we're going to do a presentation now. So can we please have silence? We have to speak with a lowered voice. So we're going to start now, and we have our next presenter will be Mr. Gavin Kelly. All right. All right, so there's the silence. You're welcome to be at the desks, just talk with a lowered voice. So we're going to have Mr. Gavin Kelly. He's the Chief Executive Officer of the Road Freight Association. And Gavin is going to talk to us about modeling the risk factors of the future. So Gavin, thank you very much. He's also in a formal alliance with the Transport Forum as the Road Freight Association. So we're looking forward to listening to Gavin. Thank you, Gavin. He's presenting from Zoom.
Thank you very much, Harry. Good afternoon to everyone at the forum. I trust it's been an informative day so far. Please do apologize if the signal bounces a bit. I'm doing this from Mega T Expo, which is an exciting new expo 20 kilometers east of Pretoria, involving trucks, trailers, transport, and all things related to that. Definitely a privilege to be with you, and I'm going to take you through this presentation. Harry originally gave me 20 minutes. He now says I only have 5 minutes. So I'll do my best, Harry, to do this in 5 minutes.
You've got your 20.
Have I got my 20? All right, briefly, what is this going to deal with? We'll speak a little bit about the RFA. We're going to speak about what we are. I'll go through those very quickly because I'm sure most of you are aware of who we are and what we are. And then we'll get to the very things that are important, that are facing us in terms of supply chain logistics and transport. Those are those supply chain disruptors. And I'll concentrate on 3 of the important ones that are really disrupting our chains right now. And then that will be it. So who is the RFA? Very briefly right now, that's who we are. 88% of our transporters are SMMEs. A lot of people think the RFA is just made up of the big corporates. No, it isn't. So that's something to keep in mind, and you'll understand the background and why some of the things that we say and some of the things that we get involved in are what we are, and are or is what we get involved in. And then we have 2 other categories, which are affiliates and associates. So the RFA is made up of transporters, which is really our main membership category. And then we have affiliates and associates, and you can see what those 2 categories involve, or who makes up those 2 categories. What is the RFA itself in essence? Well, the RFA is a not-for-gain association. So we don't run transport fleets. We don't sell anything to make a profit. We're a not-for-gain. We do make surpluses, which we use to plow into various projects that we run. And one of the most important things, I suppose, that has really highlighted some of the weaknesses that have been happening in current legislative processes, policies, and even legislation itself, is that 5th point down the line. We're a voluntary membership basis. And that means that what we stand for, not necessarily all operators stand for, or bind themselves to. So the RFA has a core code. Some people call it a code of conduct. And if you don't agree with that code, you don't then join as a member. Or if you're not prepared to accept that code, we then don't accept you as a member. So that's just really what the RFA is. Let's look at what this presentation really is about today. And those are what I generally call supply chain disruptors. And we have a good 6 of those right now. There are a couple of others, but these are the big 6. and I don't want you to link that to anything else, like the very important top 6. These are the big 6 that really, at this stage, are giving us major challenges. And those are ports, land borders, origination and distribution, and you'll see what I'm talking about when I get to that. The one that none of us struggle with, which is electricity supply, then security threats and organized crime. So ports, and right now we are struggling with a Transnet strike, and at some of the ports, and those of you who are on the RFA information WhatsApp groups will see what's happening at some of those ports. But this is really of major concern to us. Trucks run from the ports to destinations or from originations to ports. And right now, this is probably the tightest throttle on logistics in the country is ports. And we struggle with a number of things, like simple things that you would probably think is a simple thing, truck booking systems. So how we get our trucks in and out of the ports, how we get those containers or those goods in and out of the ports. And we've seen various changes to these systems over the last couple of years, and sometimes every 6 or so months, there are changes to the booking systems. We don't seem to be able somehow in South Africa to find a system that actually works. And a lot of study has been done in terms of many of the large ports around the world, so Rotterdam, Hamburg, you go to Shanghai, you can go all the way around the world, LA, you can go to New York, and those systems seem to work. So we need to get that sorted. We also have tremendous infrastructure problems around the ports, which some of these major ports around the world have as part of their solutions. So that's the staging and queuing. So you have a choice. You either queue or you stage. And obviously the way in which you apply your methods in the queuing facilities ensures that you can move the cargo in or out of the port. And we really, really have major problems in terms of this. We then have the odd weather effect. You'll recall the tremendous and horrendous floods that happened in KZN not so long ago, where the port in KZN was literally knocked out, and all the systems around that port was knocked out. But even if that does not happen, we have effects actually on the dockings or the sailings, which is also a major cause for concern. We obviously can't change the weather, but we've got to look at some sort of system of securing those ports from those sort of weather systems, or alternatively, having another port which is not as badly affected. So having systems where we can pass ships on from the port of Durban down to Ngakura or down to Cape Town, as the case may be. Transnet strikes, need I say more? You see what happens. The greatest concern is that these protests aren't just protests between the employee and the employer, but you see, as we are seeing right now, scenes of infrastructure being damaged. And of course, that then just delays the whole process. There has to be this cleanup and repair that needs to happen. More importantly, operating policies seem to differ, even within the same country, and we aren't or seem not capable of being able to get these policies to talk to one another and ensure that there's seamless movement between, even if it is own type of modes, but between the different types of modes. We also have inefficiencies caused by our port architecture and the equipment or infrastructure in that port. A lot of our infrastructure is archaic, and around us, we have ports that have been modernizing. We've been laughing at the ports, on the east and west coast for a number of years, and quietly they have been remodernizing, which is really what the last point in this slide is all about, is that our ports have degraded, and it's not only the ports, it's also the railway system. So we need to really look at that in terms of a solution of how we're going to fix this, because there are lots of talks and approaches around, oh, we'll fix it, but we need to look at how we're going to fix it. More importantly, how that's going to link into the greater logistics system. Just a quick snapshot. This is what floods cost the trucking industry in South Africa. Those were the floods down in Durban, and you can see how very quickly it all adds up. And it adds up in terms of of things that aren't necessarily just trucking related. So you'll see there are bits and pieces there that are part of the support of the logistics system, as well as the mainstream trucking activities that happen. Our land borders, we're heading towards the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and land borders would most probably disappear as we know them. We'd go into very much an EU style of trade, the EU style of moving goods and people through the various member states. Our land borders have been a challenge, and one of the good things or learnings that came out of COVID was how land borders could in actual fact become a dam wall, and I'm not swearing now, a dam wall that would really stop the flow of logistics. And what we saw were mismatches between countries, and that could be simple things like operating time. So even though the South African side of a border would operate 24/7 or 24 hours, the other side of the border only operated from 8 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. So those sorts of scenarios have been negotiated, and there's been a lot of work done in terms of those, but there are still a number of headaches. We still have now and then a lot of issue of delay, of congestion happening at Beitbridge or at Lebombo. It's far better than it was in the past, but we have still some way to go to try and make sure that those mismatches are all ironed out. We've at Beitbridge and Lebombo finally gone into a cashless system, which was one of the last things that really caused some delays. So hopefully, touch wood, I've got a nice wooden desk in front of me. Hopefully that is now gone and flow will really, really be the order of the day. Sharing of data, also major concern that one customs authority doesn't really want to share data with the neighboring customs authority, and hopefully with the AEO system coming into play, the accredited economic operator, which is a process being driven by SARS Customs in South Africa, which has its roots or its links or its origins in the customs system from the US, which is going to make a lot easier to move goods around the world. Once that comes into play, hopefully we won't see the sorts of delays that still are apparent due to sharing data. Electronic clearing is the order of the day in South Africa. We've pushed smart borders, but hopefully we can get that working a whole lot faster as we go forward. We still have various manual systems that clog the areas, still cause congestion, and manual systems also allow for a fair amount of corruption. And that was one of the greatest pushes that in the last 10 years that we've pushed for to get rid of are the manual systems, which allowed for corruption. Then there are registration requirements. You are not able at this stage to move goods out of South Africa and you're registered unless you're registered as a remover of goods by SARS. That always has a sort of a pirate sound to me, remover of goods, arr, arr. But yep, that's got to be fully implemented. We need to close the loopholes in terms of the land borders. And then again, the archaic infrastructure. Many of our borders were built to prevent movement, and we need to create borders that allow for movement. But I think this point is probably going to be moot when the African Continental Free Trade Agreement comes in, and the borders are going to have to significantly change, even if it's an infrastructure in terms of being able to get vehicles and persons to move across natural boundaries like large rivers or mountains or things like that. So hopefully this scene is something that is going to be firmly put into the past. As you can imagine, the sort of financial and economic impact this has, apart from the global world trade looking at this and saying, do I really want to move it through that country? Can I not get it there in a simpler and far more efficient way? Then in terms of origination and distribution, I'm sure you've all seen the strikes and the unrest that we've had. We've had some scenes playing out in South Africa that I think many of us never thought we'd see in our lifetime. And for those of us who are a little bit older than 21, ever thought we'd see again. They're very much images of what happened in the past, and we need to find a way to allow for dissidents, to allow for people to disagree, but not to have what seems to be the common element of absolute wanton destruction, of the lack of the rule of law. And almost strike season now just means free for all for everybody. So that is of major concern. And every time something like this happens, it damages our image as both a destination in terms of investment, as a destination in terms of manufacture, or even as a throughput country, a country where cargo is en route to other destinations or other origins for manufacture. We are struggling in terms of common criminal activities like theft. We have had a number or series of programs against hijack, and it seems as we are able to kill one sort of modus operandi, another sort raises its head. We've seen destruction of crops and the facilities, and that has long-term effect in terms of us being able to continue to provide the type of transport and the type of service that the country needs, never mind export needs, in terms of being able to have food security, in terms of ensuring that there aren't perceptions of food shortages. I'm sure you'll all recall that a simple perception at the very beginning of COVID created an absolute panic rush in South Africa. And it was the story that there wasn't going to be any toilet paper. And people went and bought toilet paper, I was going to say by the meter, but I think by the 1,000 meters. So we've got to ensure that the logistics supply chain in terms of food is constant and runs smoothly. Otherwise, sometimes it's just perceptions that create a lot of unrest. I'm not going to go into the pandemics, but obviously those sorts of things, the geopolitical created or related shortages, the fuel shortages that we are seeing, and the fuel costs that we are seeing is all due to an event happening. And we know where that event is, in the middle of Europe, and how that has affected us. So we've seen fuel prices going down in terms of petrol, but in terms of diesel, the fuel price continues to tick up. This month, it wasn't a lot. It was only 10 or 15 cents, some people say, but every price increase increases at the end of the day, the cost of logistics, and touches your and my pocket. Corruption is a huge concern. It doesn't seem that a lot is actually being attained when corruption is exposed. And I'm not talking politically here, I'm talking really within the transport related arena. We have daily a number of members commenting about the types of corruption out there. And hopefully what is going to happen now is, with the new intensified commitments from the various authorities, that we're going to be able to deal with this in a far more concentrated and centralized way, because that kills industries very, very, very quickly. Subcontracting is a bit of a, in some cases, a dirty word. In other cases, it's a vital survival tool. But one of the reasons that we see some of the things happening on the roads is because when it comes to responsibility, it gets a bit thin, although the legislation is not thin, but it gets a bit thin in terms of who's accountable and responsible for what's happening on the road. And then there's security. And I'm sure you've all seen, again, many scenes of what happens to loads on routes and how easy it is to hit our supply chain, and how difficult it seems for us as a country to be able to secure those supply chains and those routes. So that's a quick snapshot of what's been happening with the prices of fuel. It goes to April 2022, needs to be updated a bit, but you can just see that this is really what's happening in terms of fuel. And for us to control that is very, very difficult, because two of the drivers are totally out of our control: the value of the rand to the dollar, and of course, the price of fuel per barrel, driven by what the market is prepared to pay. I was going to keep you in the dark about this one, but electricity, it's a huge disruptor, especially in the supply chains that require well-maintained, well-controlled conditions, whether it's temperature-controlled conditions, whether it is control in terms of containment type conditions. Very, very, very important. And there are many, many occurrences where loads have been lost, where loads have been turned away by customers, where the actual security of these loads or of the storage has been compromised, severely compromised. I'm sure you've seen over the last couple of days reports from the Cape Town International Airport that they've only got 2 days or 3 days of fuel left. And remember that many, many of the high value perishable goods are actually air freighted here and there on certain legs of their route. So a very, very important disruptor for us. And I think we're going to see more and more solar technologies and definitely hydrogen style technologies are going to start playing a larger and larger role. If you look at load shedding, once again, I don't want this to be a depressing presentation, but you can see the sorts of load sheddings we're going to have. And there've been some horrible stories about what ifs and what ifs. So that is something that has really, really played havoc with the logistics chain. And then the one,
Gavin, 2 minutes, please.
I will speak quickly now. And then the one, they've got hijacking approaches. And then the one that really, really gets to us, security threats. A lot of that is common criminality. Obviously, we all know about the foreign drivers. We know about there are gangs and syndicates that really, really have targeted freight logistics. There's a quick overview of the costs of riots and of delays. And right down in the bottom, you can see that the cost over that period has been around about 9 billion. We don't have that sort of money to throw around. And it's broken up there as to how we got to that. And I'm sure Harry will share this with you. Crime, a huge problem. And it's becoming more and more organized and harder to really deal with. And the black market, the demand for goods has really become strong. And there's a lot of technology that they have. That's the type of cargo theft that's happening. And you'll see that food and beverage is third in the list. And really, as things have become tighter, so food and beverage has begun to be hit a lot harder. I think at one stage, cooking oil was more expensive than diesel oil. That's it, ladies and gents. Thank you for your time. I really do appreciate the opportunity of being able to share this with you.
Gavin, thank you so much. I think if we think about all these risks in the industry, it's really concerning. And if we do not talk about it, we're never going to solve this. So, and we've been talking earlier on today about implementation. So thank you to the industry associations and the bodies representing the private sector as well and taking hands with government as well to make this work and to address all these challenges. So that's why I like the Transport Forum so much, that we talk to each other and we make sure things are happening. Gavin, thank you so much for your support also from the RFA. We really appreciate that.
Pleasure.
All right, thank you, Gavin. All right, can we have the program, please? Right, ladies and gents, we're going to have Anne-Marie Lubbe. She's the GM Strategy of Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa. And she's going to talk about the future of passenger rail in South Africa. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. No, it's fine, it's fine. Let's hear, Dumebi, are you online? If you can unmute.
I am. Can you hear me?
Dumebi, okay. Anne-Marie just offered, because we told her that you've got a time constraint. She just offered that we have you presenting before her. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Dumebi, so you can switch on
That's
your video.
fine. Just give me a few seconds to pull up the presentation and I'll switch on my video.
That you see, I can't present. I couldn't hear clearly. I said, oh.
Yes, Chair, I will. I just need to pull up my, because I didn't realize I was up next. I just need to pull up my presentation and then I shall start presenting. Give me a second.
Thank you, Dumebi. We're waiting for you. No problem. All right. So Dumebi, while she's busy, Dumebi Ubogo, she's the Director of Transport Public Finance of National Treasury of South Africa. And she's going to talk about funding of shortfalls in road and rail. She just told us that she's got a time constraint. So Anna Marie kindly offered that Dumebi presents before her.
Okay, Chair, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Do I share on my end or will you share on yours?
Can you share your screen? If you got problems, tell me, then I will share.
Is it visible on your end?
All right, we can see that, just presentation mode.
Okay, just give me a second.
There we go. Thank you very much. You can continue.
All right, thanks, Chair. I just realized I haven't turned on my video. Just give me a second to do, oh wait, let's do that. How do you do that in presentation mode? There you go. Can you see me? I can't see my. Chair, do you need me to show my video? I can't see the video.
We can see your slides.
Okay. All right, maybe I should just then proceed then in the interest of time. So good afternoon to you all on the platform. Harry, let me start by thanking you for your invitation to present at the forum today. I did join your platform a little later than I had anticipated. Unfortunately, I don't have the full time to commit to as I thought I would previously have. So I do apologize for that. So I may have missed some of the presentations earlier in the day, but from what I have gathered, it sounds like I'm speaking to the converted. And for those that I have missed, in case I have colleagues on the platform as well, please let me proceed with a blanket or protocol reserved, or protocol observed. Now I am stuck. All right, I guess the very nature of this forum really, I get a sense that I'll be preaching to the converted. But I think we can all agree that infrastructure is important. It is important because it powers trade and business. It connects workers to economic opportunities. It in itself creates additional opportunities that are often unknown upfront and often pulls in a lot of positive externalities just by its simple provision. Infrastructure is an investment in the potential of an economy. And I guess it comes in many forms, right? So from investment in telecommunication systems and broadband networks to freight railroads, to energy and pipeline projects, road networks, dams, water catchment, etc. Simply, it just makes up the backbone of a healthy economy. So I guess you can ask the question, if it's so important, then who should finance it? If it's important, to achieve national goals? Should government be the one financing it, and in what form? And if private sector makes profit off its provision, should they also be involved in the financing of its provision? And I guess at the core of this question is really, how do you capture the value of infrastructure and infrastructure provision? Given that often large infrastructure projects are lumpy and large and demand large capital injection upfront, and often deliver services over several generations, sometimes can be up to 3 generations, like in the ports. How do we then appropriately extract lifetime value from infrastructure assets? Not only through appropriate design and maintenance, but it's just over the life cycle of the assets. And it could be argued that, well, government benefits quite extensively from the provision of infrastructure, because not only does it deliver economic growth and value, it also buffers the tax basis of government through the creation of jobs and opportunities and economic opportunities that then subsequently either get taxed directly through income generation or indirectly through consumption taxes. There's also the argument that it looks good for government when they are investing in infrastructure that are creating jobs, not only on the upfront construction phase of the infrastructure project, but also by creating a downstream sector and skills development that allows for supportive maintenance ecosystem of said infrastructure. When it then comes to private benefit, and I guess in this case, given the sector that we are looking at when it comes to road and rail, often it's a derived demand more than it is a demand in its for the sake of demand of road and rail. Private sector is willing to pay for the benefits of infrastructure to the extent that it promotes efficiency in their production value chain. So I guess to simplify the problem that we're faced with when it comes to the provision of infrastructure and its financing of it, it's the question of the cost and the level of provision and who should bear these costs vis-a-vis the economic-wide benefits of the provision of infrastructure and who captures these benefits. And I guess roads and rail are not necessarily opposing, but maybe more complementary. But when we consider roads, often it's considered, and even rail, it's considered in the realm of public goods. And at the core of what a public good is the dichotomy of value versus price. So if we know something is quite valuable, but if privately provided, we can't extract a price that reflects its value, then it makes it difficult for market producers to sell these to individuals. And this is just really driven by the nature of public goods, which is that it's non-excludable in its purest form and it's non-rivalrous. However, we do find ourselves with roads that are somewhat peculiar and are closer to common resources in that they are quasi-excludable. Once a road is built, it's difficult to exclude people unless you're talking about bigger roads like freeways and highways, where the cost of exclusion matches the benefit of the exclusion. But it's also quasi-rivalrous in that it doesn't affect functional use up to a certain point, after which then an additional person on a road begins to increase congestion, then hampers functional use. And given that nature of roads, we know that provision of roads without government intervention will simply not happen. And even with the exception of major highways and freeways that hold tolling potential, that still needs to be given either through a public entity for provision or some kind of private concession for the appropriate barriers to ensure that the barriers in the form of tolls, and to ensure that the benefit is extracted from the provision of the road. And I guess rail, unlike road, similar in that it does often fall in the realm of public goods, but it presents differently in that it can be excludable and rivalrous. So you can exclude people from use of a rail network, and when somebody's using it, another can't. However, when it comes to the design of an appropriate rail network for an economy, if that's left to a private sector provider, it's not likely to be one that reflects the economies of scale or societal benefit in its design and its extensiveness. I'm going to run through this because I'm mindful of time, but this is just really a simple, to take us all back to our basic economics 101 understanding of what positive externalities are. And I think it's important to realize that the provision of infrastructure do carry with them positive externalities, which is why it limits the, without intervention, it limits the instantaneous provision by private sector players. So at any point in time, private sector, if they do get involved in provision of sectors that do have positive externalities, like you will see in the provision of infrastructure in road and rail, it tends to be under-provided. And then what you then have is, in the end, is in the red triangle, a loss to the economy, both to private consumers and private providers within that space. So when it comes to government interventions to, I guess, price positive externalities or to incorporate interventions that will see the optimal provision of goods and services where we do have positive externalities, they can use different instruments for that. So government can either provide it through public provision using a public entity that is government funded. It can use private subsidies where they give to private producers to provide at the, I guess, efficient levels. And then the opposite to that is to use vouchers where users can pay higher prices to then force demand up. Or they can use patents and copyrights, which in the case of rail and road would be similar to concessions for the exclusive right of provision. Regardless of how government chooses to fund, to intervene to extract positive externalities, it boils down to how they finance this, either taxes or user charges. And I think if I'm not mistaken, I recall earlier there were quite a few innovative ways that have been experimented with in the space of public transport. I guess that would be also around road, and green bonds and financing carbon reduction. Even when those do come to the fore, they do have to fall or tend to fall under some of these wider categories. So how do we think about user charges in a different way that now we're seeing it being tied to, for example, land use development charges for developers? That said, though, I guess we have to kind of understand why we do have a rationale where we can include user charges to help finance the shortfall when it comes to the provision of infrastructure in road and rail. And I guess the argument is that what government is charging us and taxing its citizens for the provision of services, which population is paying for. It might come across that user charge is seen as a double tax because we've already paid taxes to a general tax base, then that general tax base should then go to fund the infrastructure. However, there are some things that government cannot charge for. For example, for the pure public goods like defense and policing, it's quite difficult to charge for those. And because if not provided at a certain level, it's just not worth starting at all. So it becomes difficult to do that. The other thing that I guess often gets lost in that discussion is that government, although government can impose taxes to pay for its activities, taxes generally bear no relation to the services that the taxpayer receives. So it's impossible to then assess whether or not, without an alternative instrument, whether or not there's an over and under provision of certain services vis-a-vis others, or over and under pricing of certain services vis-a-vis others. And this is where user charges come in, because it actually helps provide information not only on the quantity of what should be provided for, but also on the quality and to whom the burden of charge should then fall on because then it also helps reveal the willingness to pay for the infrastructure that has been brought forward. It also improves the efficiency of how government uses its resources and how beneficiaries consume resources when there's a payment decision that comes into play in using of those services. In the case also of road and rail and transport modes, if done efficiently, user charges can allow for a modal choice revealed that actually society prefers, as opposed to one that government has imposed just by taking general taxes and providing what it thinks road or what it thinks rail demand is within the economy. The other thing that it does is that it guarantees a revenue stream for the specific function and the longevity of the provided infrastructure, and it sets it aside, effectively becoming more or less like a soft earmarking for revenues coming and generated from the infrastructure, so that they're not moving then into a bigger budgetary process that then has to compete for equally priority spending items. What it also does, it helps increase or improve risk management allocation, in that those who are best placed to mitigate a risk get the risk to mitigate against. For example, as I mentioned earlier, in the realm of land value capture, if you then bring that down to some kind of user, maybe not direct user charge, but one where those who are capturing the benefit of the infrastructure get to be faced with the cost, can then distribute the costs appropriately. It also links it to behavioral change. So for example, if you have a user charge for, let's say, congestion on the road, but there are other options then given to a consumer around mobility, then because of the pricing of the user charge into the full use of a road, say, it's better links behavioral change to the full economic price of the infrastructure consumption. And I guess that brings me to my last slide around sustainable infrastructure provision. And I guess I am, again, preaching to the converted that funding is paramount, and appropriate funding is paramount for the provision of infrastructure, road and rail included. However, it's not sufficient. So it's one thing to then, and I think this is what people have been saying earlier in the process, where they were saying there's misalignment in your policies and your procedures, capacities missing, data around what can be done or what should be done, or where maintenance should be taking place could also be missing. Those are all things that do then come into play to complete the full puzzle around extracting longevity and providing infrastructure in a sustainable manner. And with that, Chair, I would leave it to you to take over. Thank you, and thanks for listening. I'm not quite sure how I stop this now.
Thank you so much, Dumedi. Really appreciate sharing with us. I know she's actually burned candle last night, also preparing for this. Camille, can you just come and help me here, please? I lost the screen here.
Chair, do you know how I
thank
stop
you.
sharing
You need to
on
take it.
Zoom?
Thank you very
Sorry.
much, Dumedi. I know that you've got a time constraint, so thank you very much for sharing all this information with us. We'll be in contact with you afterwards should there be any questions. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Chair.
All right, ladies and gents, last but definitely not the least, I've been actually looking forward to this presentation for some time, Anna-Marie, and coming from PRASA, she's a very brave woman. Thank you very much for coming and talking to us about PRASA, because everybody's asking what's happening at PRASA. So we're so privileged in having you here. And she's going to talk about the future of passenger rail in South Africa. So Anna-Marie, thank you very much. She's the GM of strategy of PRASA. Thank you, Anna-Marie.
Thank you very much. I'm sure everybody can hear me very well. I've got a loud voice. My children normally tells me, use your inside voice. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. I know PRASA normally is in the news. My honest opinion is we're in the news when there's no other news. Then we dig out the skeletons in the closet again and try and go forward. For me, the future of passenger rail, with PRASA having the largest passenger rail network in South Africa of more than 2,000 route kilometers, you cannot do otherwise but just go and look at the past a little bit, and especially the last two to 3 years on what has happened in our system. We are very much hard at work for rebuilding PRASA. It is not a recovery. It is not a rehabilitation. It is a total rebuild. And this morning, I really think I've found the right word, a rebirth of commuter rail in South Africa. This lovely sketch by Sapiro, I think he was always one of the best satirical artists in the country, or is still. This comes, I think, mainly from Cape Town, where we had all the issues around our rolling stock. And that was the start of the vandalism really on our assets. But where are we now in 2022? After, or the end of 2019, we lost 2 corridors with major vandalism and theft. The Central Line and the Mabopane Line. We don't have OHDE, that's our overhead traction equipment. If you don't have overhead traction equipment, you cannot run a train, electrical train. Our substations that provide us with electricity from the Eskom network are vandalized. Our signals and our telecoms is destroyed. Signals are like our traffic lights. We cannot run without those traffic lights very safely. And the worst is people carried away our purway. That is the rail tracks. And that is not something that somebody does that just needs money for a bread or a few rand. That is really organized crime. And therefore, we have services that were suspended and stations closed. We opened in July 2020 after the hard lockdown with 6 out of our 40 lines that we can run some operations. We're currently sitting at 15 lines out of 40 lines that we're running, with 10% of the number of trains that we normally run. So even though we introduce trains on our corridors, we do them with limited services. So we cannot increase our frequencies, and to increase frequencies, you will increase passengers. You cannot increase frequencies if you don't have a safe signaling system that we have to rebuild as well. Okay. So the commuter rail system in South Africa, I wanted to time myself and forgot about that. The commuter rail system in PRASA, that PRASA is rebuilding, is in essence a new rail system that will allow PRASA to provide commuters with a consistently good service, a service that is fast, reliable, and safe. And I think that has been our downfall in the past, that we couldn't provide this consistently good service. So for us, it's now really, when we restore services, resume services, we want to provide that good, consistently good service. I just want to make sure that I don't miss everything. I might skip a few slides because I have two video clips that I would like you to see as well at the end. Also, that you just understand the mammoth task that we're up against, and what we're doing is we never have in the past decade had to build any line with all our engineering disciplines at the same time. There was just the one that we wanted to introduce the new trains in Pretoria to Pienaarpoort, but that was also not at the scale that we have to do. And between Khayelitsha to Chris Hani in 2008 to 2010, we built a 10-kilometer stretch of line. Everybody has to work on that line where they never had to do this together. We had electrical, your overhead, as well as your substations, your perway, your telecom stations, and signaling all have to work on that same line, and not just one line. We're trying to do 10 at a time. And maybe that was a bit of an optimism bias, and I'll show you what we've been able to achieve in the meantime. We've been providing diesel services. This is not our normal way of running services. We don't really have diesel locomotives because we run electrical train services. So, and some of those are on Transnet assets, and this really impacts our mainline passenger services because we can only run diesels at the moment if we run mainline passenger services. Then really the re-signaling, if we don't have signaling, we cannot run the same amount of train frequencies that we would like to do. And we have been restricted with the speed of the trains, but with the new infrastructure, we can increase the speed again. So what we're doing in our approach is to try and focus on those priority corridors that pre-2019 were providing us with most of our commuters, so that we can at least start alleviating some of the pressures of the communities that we serve. And it's also a phased approach, with the first phase just to restore full electrical services, and that means a peak and an off-peak service, but still without signaling, and ensure functional stations. And phase 2 is then to complete the signaling, revitalize and upgrade stations, build footbridges, and we have a program on walling and fencing around our properties. And just that we have established a war room, and it's really after that we've completed the Mabopane line that we really came to the conclusion that we really need an integrated approach how we do these corridors. And as you can see, there's a lot of areas that need to work together. And safety and security plays a role, and security is the foundation of how we're going forward. Without security, we will again land up where we are. And there's also just this process to say the war room meets on a weekly basis, and it's really there to unlock issues. And one of our major issues, and anybody else that's in government, our procurement processes is not the most efficient. So it takes time, and with this war room, we'd be able to unlock some of those procurement issues. And this goes down to regional level, and we've got about 4 regions. We've got Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, and Eastern Cape. That is actually the East London and Kwaberga. If I mispronounce it, I know I can't click my tongue like that. Okay, so what have we achieved by the end of the previous financial year? We have been able to resume 5 electrical services that is rebuilt with new infrastructure, new OHDE, new substations, and that is the Pretoria to Mabopane service, and that's running with our new train sets. The Pretoria to Salisbury services is also running with new train sets. It has been running with electrical, the old fleet, but we reintroduced it with a new fleet. I'm sure you all saw those that are coming from Cape Town as well. The Cape Town to Simonstown line was reintroduced with new EMUs, as well as Cape Town to Retreat via Athlone. And we also introduced the Cape Town to Bellville via Goodwood service with the yellow and grey fleet. These are not the only corridors. We are still running some others as well. As I said to you, there's 15 that we're currently running. If we look at rebuilding in this financial year, the Central Line in Western Cape remains one of our high-risk projects. The removal of the illegal settlements in Philippi, you've all seen how the people are building right on the line. That process has been long. And it's been a protracted process. We've had to move the people, because you need an implementation protocol between all of the government departments that's involved, and we are not the people responsible or accountable to move the people off our site. So that is taking place. We have made good progress since last year. But this illegal settlements will prevent us from going to Khayelitsha and Kapteinsklip, because that is the gateway towards that section. So, but what we have done this year is to say, let us try and at least recover sections of the line so to alleviate the pressures for those communities. We've introduced February 2021 already, a section Cape Town to Langa. We've now added the Langa to Pineland section and the Cape Town to Bellville via Sarita. And the photos there on the right-hand side is when we launched those services. The end of July was the trial runs. We do a trial run, get a no objection certificate from the rail safety regulator before we can run commercial services. And those commercial services has been on the go now for 2 months already. Then we need to start Langa to Nyanga, and we have severe challenges here with security and crime. And our contractors has been off-site now for quite some time because of the security issues that we have there. And I've discussed the illegal settlements. Okay. In Gauteng, we've just this week on Monday launched the Pretoria to Pienaarpoort service with our new EMUs. You can see the photos there on the right-hand side as well with our the new trains. That service is being very well received by the communities. Our trains are full. So it is very welcoming for us to see the enthusiasm that we have in getting these lines back. The Joburg to Naledi, we will do that in this quarter still, so before the end of December. I don't want to promise that because we always get hold to these dates, and these are really major projects. Things go wrong. We have to have a lot of stakeholder engagement. And then you have all these other externalities that everybody else has talked about as well. The supply chains, that is a problem, the shortages of electronic equipment, importing stuff, getting things through the port and transfer to Gauteng. Then also Joburg to Leralla and Pretoria to Johannesburg. We're still hoping for this quarter, although we have a dependency on Eskom here for power to our lines. And KZN, you're all aware of the floods that we had. This region was our best performing region in 21-22. But with the floods, they're down to where they, or the third largest region in any case, where they've always been. So there's still a lot of work to be done. The reunion station that was washed away, we've already done a lot of work there, and we hope to introduce these two lines, Durban to KwaMashu and Durban to Umlazi, or actually if you're from KZN, it's Umlazi to KwaMashu, is a nice pendulum that transport most of the commuters there. I don't really want to go through this, but we're already working on the next set of corridors. You will see that there's quite a number in Gauteng, but Gauteng has been the worst hit with the vandalism. So these are the corridors that we're already scoping, but based on the scoping exercises, and you can say, but why haven't we scoped it in the last few years? When we do things, we have a basic scoping, but we have to go and redo it because we still have vandalism and theft that requires extra work, and that needs to be part of your tender. So we're still busy with our modernization program. And where we're currently doing rebuilding with substation upgrades, we do upgrade them to meet the requirements of the new trains. They need a bit of a higher power output than what we've had before. We've replaced our overhead traction equipment. That was also something that we had to do. We had to replace mast poles. In some areas of this mast poles, you only put in once in the lifetime of a mast pole. We had to redo those. The recycling in Gauteng and Western Cape was completed. However, we need to to redo a lot of that signaling installations. Depot modernization is a key issue for us. We need to modernize our depots to be able to service the new trains. So part of our work has been, and these are also mega projects, 2 to 3 years before that depot will be upgraded. But the first step is for us really is walling and fencing around our depots. We've got 6 depots that is in progress at the moment. Some of you that might drive past Braamfontein station, you can see the pillars going up. We are installing high security walling, walling with technology to protect our assets. 3 depot designs has already commenced. And then we have the Braamfontein tender that is, I think it's closed. It's closed already, so it's due for evaluation. It's a design tender. It's quite a big project. Penrose, Wilmerton, and Pardon Island is also tenders that will commence in this financial year. Resignaling, despite what we have to replace, also there's a lot of additional signaling work that we're doing to make sure that we also have a world-class system going forward. We are introducing a specialized communication network, that the GSMR network is special for railways. Resignaling of KwaZulu-Natal will start next year. We're looking at automated train protection, automated train authorization, optical transmission networks, and also redundancy for our GSM network. And one of the issues that was raised by Pegasus is around properties. And we've spoken a lot about multimodal. And that is what our corporate real estate division is doing with our subsidiary Intersight, that is now a special purpose vehicle, is to create nodes for multimodal transport. We do that around our stations, and that has to be done in conjunction with your city. We develop station precincts with the private sector. And the picture at the bottom is what was mentioned by Pegasus is no longer on tender. The work is already happening. Where we're building student housing as well as retail facilities on Cape Town Station. And we've got a share in that development. And then we also modernize our stations with retail and services. We believe that you need to create a station as a hub, not just only for transport, but other things. So we normally have some medical services there, medical doctors' rooms, pharmacies, banking. And for instance, on Park Station, you now have a Pep store, a Ackermans, and this week we've opened a Mr. Price store on the station. So those are all ways that you start bringing your commuter to yourselves. Then we're also working with local government for social housing development. We've got land around PRASA properties that we're working with the local housing development to say where we can do social development or social housing. Security. This is a very important portion of what we're doing at the moment. We know that this is the foundation for us in all that we do. So we have an integrated security plan that includes physical security, and at the moment that is the majority of the security, but we also got to combine that with technology. So we had employed or recruited and employed and trained additional 3,100 security officials. However, we're still using special intervention units through private security, and they get deployed with our staff as we resume corridors as well as other key assets that we have to protect. I think you would all agree with me that security and crime is not a PRASA problem. It is a South African problem. And we all need to work together and to resolve this. So we really need all security agents to come with a concerted plan that addresses. We're not the only ones that suffer from copper theft. You know that Transnet network was decimated after hours. Eskom, the cell phone companies, everybody is in this place. Then I think one of the key things that we're doing is we've been one of the few railroads in the or passenger rail entities in the world that do not have a closed system. The open system leaves us vulnerable for theft and vandalism. So we want to close off our system. So all of our key assets, as such as a substation or a signal equipment room, will have high security fencing or walling, high technology type walling around it. And I've spoken about the depot walling, but we're also going to look at walling of our corridors. And Mabopane is the first that will commence with this. It will have a lot of spin-offs for us, the safety of the public as well as safety of our employees. It will protect our fare revenue. We've been known for people taking free rides on our systems. And all of this will contribute to us, enabling us to run a consistently good service with people that pay for the service that they're using. Coming back a bit to passenger rail in the future, and I think Mr. van der Merwe has spoken about this, you cannot do things in silos. I think we tend to think in silos, and I think in this forum we talk a lot about transport. I believe it needs to go further. We've spoken about intermodal, we've spoken a bit about urbanization and spatial development, economic conditions, but we also need to look at societal changes. For me, a key issue is that we render a passenger rail service for a human, for a person. And I think in a lot of forums that I've been, I see that we miss the human. What are we doing to find out what is going to happen with the humans? There's an article that I read in this last week that by the end of this decade, everybody globally will be able to connect online. That means you will be able to work, learn, and shop online. How does that change our mobility patterns? It will create new jobs, it will create new businesses, but we need to be aware of those. I think we're sitting with an industry that is very long-term focused, long-term planning. When you construct the infrastructure, it's there for a large period of time. So we're not as flexible to move quickly when things change. And I think we're moving into a world where change is much more frequent and things are going to change. And it's just a thought that I want to leave with you, is to say that I think it's wider than just the things that are internal, but we need to look a bit more external as well. And then I just want to show you the first video clip. Can I just click? This is some of the work that's been done on our Langa to Bellville line. Oops, wrong place. Apologies. And this is part of my conclusion. And there's just one other video clip that I think those of you that not been on a new Metro Rail train need to see as well. The future is going to be volatile and unpredictable environment, not just here, but also in the global environment. And you can see this. And our success will lead to a bright future for passenger rail. But it's not just our success. We need to work together cohesively with cohesive planning, and working together, we can achieve success for passenger rail in the future. Hey, no. Okay, and just this one.
Hey guys, so
Jack is not
today
here,
I
but I
took
think our
one of the
trains.
new
are
Metro rail
very good
trains.
competition for them.
It looks so brand new. It's giving New York. It's giving Subway. Like, look at this. It's so clean. It's so modern. Like, there's an emergency stop thingy. There's like, it's amazing. It really is. I was so excited to get on this train today. You don't understand. It's got its own priority seating for, you know, the elderly and women with young children. These gray seats that are closest to the door, and that is still full. Security is amazing. But same concentrated working around anti contractors and of course these cameras where they are. Like, it looks dope. It's so modern. It's really safe. My favorite thing though is because the carriages are open. You can see as the train is turning. I just watch. It's giving Inception.
Me and your computer. Okay. Thank you. Just so that you know, I think today is one of the good days to travel in our trains. They're all air conditioned, but they're never air conditioned before. The train doesn't move if the doors are not closed. Stand in the doorway, the train will not move. So I really think it's a new future for PRASA. As I said, I don't want to focus on the past. You cannot change what happened yesterday, neither can we change what happened 3 years ago. So we are building, and I just want to use this opportunity to thank my colleagues, our contractors, our security, because without their hard work, we will not be where we are at currently. There's a long road ahead. I don't think it's going to be short, but I think we've learned and we will make some good progress going forward. Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gents, we're going to start with the panel discussion now. Basil, if you can please come to the front. As far as I know, maybe it's still online.
There is correct, Chair, for the next few minutes.
Thank you, Dumebi. All right, ladies and gents, we're doing the panel discussion. As we said earlier on, you can ask a question to the panel as a whole or one member of the panel. And we're going to take 2 or 3 questions and then we'll give the panel opportunity to respond. As I said, the maybe is still online and you can direct the question to her as well. And when you ask a question, kindly identify yourself. So can we have hands for questions? Right, let's get there and then we'll go to Fani.
Hi, I'm Pierre Leroux. I'm the manufacturer distributor of this emergency device called Safety Punch. It's far better than an emergency hammer. My question for Basil, I know that we have regulation R107 mostly in place as for emergency exits for passenger buses. But we've also got SANS 10217, which allows for push-out windows. And I was wondering when those are going to be abolished and what we can do to get that done so we can get better emergency windows for our passengers on the buses. And then for Ms. Lover, is there a regulation that pertains to emergency escape windows on trains, passenger rail, that I could possibly look into and see how our product can help save lives on passenger trains? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fani, I think Fani had one.
Thanks, Harry. Yeah, great presentation of PRASA. 2 questions. The first question, it's yes, around the issue of safety. I also want to, I like the point you have made that history is behind us. What happened yesterday should be looking forward. But the reality, how much lessons did PRASA learn on the utilization of trains? I mean, in South Africa, millions of people per day, I used to know that percentage, that number on just a given day. How many people are just on those trains heading to the cities to work? It's serious high number. The question is this: you just mentioned that when you're standing by the door, that train is not going to move. And we have seen, I've grown up with people riding on top of trains, sitting by the windows, by virtue just of volumes of people that are getting into those trains. It leads me to the next question. How much of education, because it's a behavioral thing, it's a conduct thing. I can't even start imagining the commuters' education that is coming with this new product. It's brilliant work and we're excited about it. But Harry, it's the realities when it hits the ground that we shouldn't anticipate seeing other problems with good intentions there. So it links with safety, it links with the real users of that facility in terms of, synchronizing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Fani. Let's take this one question still, and then we'll give the panel opportunity to respond.
Thank you very much. My name is Ruth Motasa from the city of Tshwane. My question is for PRASA. What steps are you doing or taking differently to secure the assets of PRASA? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm moving to the panel. The panel can respond. I don't know, maybe you have to leave. Do you want to respond quickly on some of these questions?
Sorry, Chair, I didn't note any of these for me, but just to, I guess, also hammer on the last point, or second last point that Anna Marie had made around like the future looks different when it comes to building back and rebuilding, rebirthing of PRASA will look different. And mobility demands will look different. And those are the kind of things that PRASA will have to take into consideration as it rebirths, I guess. Yes, but I don't know if I have addressed all the questions, but I didn't note any particularly for me, but I'll leave it at that, Chair.
Thank you, Dumebi. Much appreciated. Basil and Anna Marie.
Thanks, Harry, and thanks, Pia. I'll lead with that, and I think the rest really flows under the challenge around norms, specifications, and technical standards is an ongoing discussion. Pretty much like you hear every now and then from us that we are operating in isolation, making decisions in silos. We're working hard behind the scenes to get SABS, NRCS to align, but I think the precursor to that is really an overarching drive from the authority that puts out a request or call for provision of services. Therein must lie the standard, because if it is set as a standard at inquiry or request for provision or tendering, then it's equalizing the playing field. But your point is actually well taken. We are very latent in terms of the emergency exit safety aspects, and many crashes could have saved lives in the event of proper movement from the archaic one of kicking out the window and punching out the window. We recognize the products available. I think it's just a matter of commitment and will. But SABA's technical committee behind the scenes is also always endorsing products. But it really comes down to SABS and NRCS, and the contracting authorities agree that there should be a minimum norm and standard going forward. But point taken.
on the emergency windows, I'm not sure whether there is a regulation. However, we are governed by the Rail Safety Regulator Act. And when we launch our services, and they do inspections regularly, even on our trains and the launching of our trains, that might be covered there. I'll take your business card and at least get somebody else to come back to you to help you in that regard. Okay. Safety, yes, we looked at safety. We are very much aware of the overcrowding that we had and ridiculous photos again that was surfing off the past in the last 2 weeks. The new trains, you cannot hang on the outside. There is no space for you to hang. We don't have anything to hang on. It's a closed unit. It's air-conditioned units. So the windows is also not something you can hang on to. But yes, I agree that is something that we need to constantly be aware of. I think it leads a bit to the question of the lady of Tshwane is we are definitely thinking to wall up our system, making it a closed system. Therefore, when you want to get onto the station, you will have to get through a ticketing system with automated verification, and then it at least just limits your people that will get onto the system that had traveled for free. So it will prevent a lot more fare evasion. And I must state as well, no country in the world doesn't have any fare evasion, but at least then it's tailgating type of evasion that you can track. So yes, we do not want people surfing again. So with the new trains, it's not that easy to get onto the roof to do those things. But yes, it goes with commuter education. At the moment, our customer services people, as we are introducing the services, go up and down in the train and talk to the commuters that are there. And it is part of our campaigns is to include how do you do safety on trains. But thanks for that point. Some of it we can take back as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Marie. Good, more questions? Let me see, 1, 2. So we take these two and Alvin, and then we'll go to Zoom, whether there is somebody put up their hands. Please keep it short, be in time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oscar. My surname is Mola. My company is St. Trading Enterprise and Sufficient Grace Trading. My question is simple, straight to the point. Because people are struggling in Mabopane, because the train is going from Mabopane to town. And many people, they went to taxis and the buses. And then, which is majority of our people are not working the same employment, working different employment. How can PRASA quickly make those stations to be opened again? Because many people is dire situation at home because of many salaries are get spending on transport because of taxes is expensive and other commodity mobilities. We'll be asking how long did the PRASA gonna make it those other stations to be open so that our major type of committee be assisted.
Thank you. Where was the other question here? That one there, okay.
Thanks, Harry. My name is Moses Rabotata. I work for the Department of Roads and Transport in Gauteng. I'm not quite sure. You might restrict me because I'm not going to raise questions, but I wanted to respond to some of the issues that Basil raised, particularly when you're talking about buses, and in particular, when he referred to the fact that the minister has promised to meet them, and he hasn't. I must indicate, Basil, that we as a province, we are not afraid to meet you, and we are prepared to meet you, and we will engage you as urgently as possible to deal with the issues, because what has picked up is that, and by the way, colleagues, I'm responsible for public transport services in the province, and bus subsidizing and bus monitoring falls within my responsibility, as well as public transport transformation and public transport integration. So the issues that I'm going to raise, Basil, quickly is the fact that we will engage, because what we picked up is it doesn't look like we're having a common vision in terms of how we want to transform public transport, and in particular the buses. And indeed, we were interdicted. We advertised the tender in August last year. We were interdicted by Saboa in particular, and he's sitting next to me, but we're friends, and Beers and Patco. So we are not going ahead with the tendering, but we are exploring alternative ways of providing service, because the contract is expiring on the 31st of March 2023. Our view, colleagues, is that the continuation of these contracts create two things. One is irregular expenditure. Two is did not operate, which is at the DNOs, which leads to under expenditure. And those two words, myself, the DDG, HOD, and the MEC, we don't want to hear them. So we want to deal with them as a matter of urgency. Now, of course, we are not the contracting authorities as a province, but we've got authorization from municipalities in terms of the IGAA for us to negotiate and contract on their behalf. And among other things, I must indicate, Basil, that you see, one of the problems is you're having the PTNG, which is a public transport network grant, and the PTOG, and they're running parallel. Remember, the PTOG deals with the IPTNs, and the PTOG deals with the subsidization. In some instances, you'll find that where your BRT is to operate is an area where the subsidized bus contract must also operate. So there's an overlap, and you find that government then spends the PTOG and the PTOG over a corridor where it's not supposed to be having those two modes of transport. But of course, there's a move at national to integrate PTNG and PTOG, and that process is unfolding. The other aspect that I wanted to raise, and I'm trying to be very quick, Harry. The other aspect that I want to raise is in relation to where you mentioned that the industry faced problems and constraints when there was COVID-19. I must indicate that we as government, we have set aside 5% of the PTOG for purposes of COVID-19 intervention. So any operator who has got a contract with us was able to claim 5% of the allocation to operate for purposes of disinfecting and sanitizers. So they were not utilizing their monies for purposes of that. And the last point, of course, is among other things, they were able to claim standing kilometers. Remember, standing kilometers were claimed when you are not operating. So they were able to claim standing kilometers whilst they were not operating. And of course, to offset the issues around COVID. My last point, Harry, as quickly as I can, I had many notes, but nevertheless will engage the industry where I'll deal with those notes. The last point that I wanted to indicate relates to, I think it's a matter on the escalation, that there have not been any escalation. You know, the government doesn't have resources, and I mean, we look at the allocation within the context of CPIX. And that is why, as a province, we manage in 34 contracts operated by 12 operators. And we have rationalized those contracts within the budgetary allocation that we get as a province. And by the way, we get about 2.7 billion. So now we rationalize those, and we will be moving towards 8 contracts out of the 34. We have rationalized, and some routes we don't necessarily have to have them because there's no patronage, and we have to rationalize within the allocated budget, and we'll be going towards that route. Now, the last point, of course, is that having been interdicted, what the alternative way that we're looking at is to invoke Section 41B of the National Land Transport Act in order to make sure that we negotiate the contracts. And if one of the reasons why we were challenged there Yeah, one of the reasons why we were challenged is one of the things they were raising is the IPTN. And if I can read the definition of the IPTN, me and you, Harry, when that system is introduced, I don't think we'll be alive in this world. Because the definition of the IPTN says a system in a particular area that integrates public transport services between modes with through ticketing and other appropriate mechanisms to provide users of the system with an optimal solution to be able to travel from their origins to destinations in a seamless manner. That is not going to be achieved now. So it means that the situation as it is, it will continue. Ourselves and the industry, we need to come together and come up with a solution and a short-term solution dealing with the challenges that they're having in the industry. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Very important information indeed, Chair. Now we're running really out of time. Can you please be short? Very short, please.
All right. Anna Marie, concerning security. My solution is simple. It's leadership, not security. If you employ people to do the job, you must monitor them. I'm from Soweto. I used to use train during my time. Railway, when they were called railway, not now when you modernize these things, you call them plaza, what. During railway, they were police, not security. You board a train in Naledi, they catch you. In Dube, there's a court. Same time, same day. You get charged, you gone. Not this waiting trial, paying bail and all that. That was railway. That I call security and leadership. Now you've got a security. The security is not empowered to charge somebody. It arrests somebody, call the police who is in Baragwanath, which will going to take another 2 hours, and the suspect run away. Security, leadership, plaza, go back to railway. Employ your police, your judges, your court. You'll solve the problem of that. The last one, I know people don't like it. Are your trains without toilet at the moment? Because really, I can't board a train from Naledi to Jamestown without a toilet. We used to have Maplanga. Maplanga was written off Wangeni kitchen scheme. They had toilet. Wangenabo radio in or not better radio. Okay. Then it started, I'm a toilet ourselves. That's abuse. Thank you very much.
Very important from the people. Ladies and gents, we're running badly out of time. So can we conclude here? Oh, Alvin, there's a short one.
Thank you. Thanks, Harry. Alvin Harris from the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. I just wanted to commend Anna Marie. It's a tough role that you are in, you and the team, the whole team at PRASA, with all of the damage and destruction that has gone on. And I think I just want to commend you coming here and sharing with us your plan and being so calm about the very difficult journey that you and the team are on and where you will still have to go over the next few years. So thank you to come and share with us in this way. I want to wish you and the team the best of luck. The question, though, which I think if Dumebi is still on, is actually to her, because all of the speakers today have issues of funding to make the things work and to provide the services that either the commuters need or the economy needs. the service providers, the PRASAs and the Transnet as infrastructure owners and operators and bus operators and taxis and everybody else. All of them, and even whether it's province or municipal levels, have a challenge in putting policy into action because there's a lack of funding. Private sector can come and fund and assist, and there's a space for that. But I think there's also a huge gap on the government side to make the funding available for these very critical things in the light of a lot of pressures on government to spend. So whilst I appreciate the presentation that Dumebi gave, there isn't a sense of what actually National Treasury is doing to support the Department of Transport and the provincial departments in actually making a lot more money available to recover from all of the damage that's happened. Can Dumebi maybe share with us that on the road and rail side? There's lots of maintenance backlogs that needed to catch up on, and now we're even in a worse position. So what's the actual strategy of National Treasury to assist so that together with the electricity crisis, the transportation crisis can be resolved and the economy is in a better position to grow? Thank you.
Thank you, Alvin. Let's see, is Dumebi still online? I know she had a time constraint, so I think she's left. But
she's gone. Can't see her.
okay, she's left. Right, it's obviously on YouTube. We'll make sure the question gets to her. So let's get the panel here in front of us to respond.
Thanks. Thanks, Harry. Yeah, I think enough has been, excuse me, said about the funding issue. Great that Mr. Rabotata and his provincial team have offered and opened up the engagement process. But I reiterate that we need all tiers of government to be aligned. That's up and down. Then we need all intergovernmental departments to be aligned. And by that, I mean, we've seen today, there's a gap between planning, spatial planning, so security, and the justice cluster. And all of that is not going to go into one click, but we welcome the engagement and we hope that it continues. From a funding perspective, it's no easy challenge. I must admit, I was like you, Alvin. I felt a bit deflated, a little bit deflated in the excitement for wanting to hear what is the funding that's going to come through, but we wait and see. But the positive steps like what Mr. Rabotata is indicating, if we combine the PTNG and the PTOG, and two things happen. There almost is no double taxation in the sense that municipal citizens are paying towards a PTNG and the whole country is paying towards a PTOG. And we get a bigger pot to share and optimize. But yeah, I think we've set the base, a lot of dialogue, but we need action and implementation. Harry, thanks everybody for your time, and it's been a long day. And from my side, thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Basil. Much appreciated. Anne-Marie.
Thank you. Maybe two difficult questions because there's no easy answers. On the Mobopane side, we know that we need to fix those stations. I think of importance to notice those stations were severely damaged. So it is not just a quick exercise, and maybe there's not something like quickly. It is not press of a button. It is hard work that needs to go in there. We are busy with it, and I can't promise you the date, but it would be latest early the new year. But I know our corporate real estate department is hard at work to make that happen. And we are keen to get those stations open because that line is not bringing us the numbers that we thought we should have. Okay. Mr. Ndlovu, I think you raised the issue of when you were using the train. I think things have changed. Our security are trained as peace officers, and I believe that gives them the right to apprehend somebody. I think we talked about an era where things were slightly different. I can't give you a definitive answer about that. Yes, it's about monitoring, but I think if you've seen some of the videos that we have on what's happening in the Cape Town area, it's not just about monitoring security. The situation is quite bad for security. And therefore, we need a concerted effort across government, across agencies, even the private sector security to come with a proper solution for our security issue. And maybe at the bottom of that is how to address poverty and unemployment, especially if you look at the youth, and so many of them are unemployed. And I can tell you, I've got a son that's also not employed. Another son that's running his own business. But to make your own business is not an easy thing. So there's a lot of that around, and maybe we see a lot of frustration, but that needs to be addressed. As soon as we can lead the economy to grow and we get jobs, I think a lot of our problems will disappear as well. The trains without toilets, there is hygienic reasons for that. We do make sure that we have ablution facilities on our stations. Also a major pain. And I believe if we improve our security, close up our stations, then you would have those facilities on the station and you won't need them on a train. I know on the new trains they're not there, but in the pipeline has been, if the train trip is a certain amount of time, we would include those. We haven't developed any of them yet, and it's also dependent on those corridors that we're going to run and how long we run a train. Definitely when we want to, if we talk about a consistently good service, it's definitely not to be on the train for hours or an hour. It's definitely far less than that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna Marie and Basil. Ladies and gents, let's give them a big hand. So, ladies and gents, we're drawing to a close with this Transport Month celebrations. I think what we're going to do is we're going to do the lucky draws now. I think that's time for that. And so lots of fun, yeah. And then when we're done with that, I want Dr. Josh to come and say a few words just in closing of today, our host for the day. But first, let's do the draws. So we're going to do the draws here at these chairs here so that we can get it in the cameras. And so what we want to do is everybody that's done a draw, please come with your bowl or lucky draw box or whatever we call it, and come and queue up here so that we do the draws. I see Rosina still collecting things there. So you can put it down there if you want to. Let's move it maybe a little bit here because we're too in front of the speaker. A little bit here, like that. Right. Put it down there first. Okay. So ladies and gents, lots of fun now. Lucky draws. Ja, sit maar so. Sit hom hier so neer. Also. Kry net almal hierso. All right, so I see Rashina is still collecting things there. Lots of fun. Yeah, Fani is also collecting. Yeah, Fani is collecting stuff from Zutari. So it was lots of fun, yeah.
Maybe more meetings. Harry, how do we do it? Even papers, no, and paper is too.
That's
is too
fine.
big.
That's fine. Okay, go and stand there among the other people. All right, ladies and gents, let's start with the draws. And the first draw we will have. Where's Rashina? There she is. Rashina, please come stand here so that we can have you in the camera. Stand there, that chair. Yes, like that. Just want to see if the camera has got you. Camille. There we go. A little bit more, Camille. Get that in the picture. That's it. So Rashina is doing the draw on behalf of University of Johannesburg, and it's for what?
Well, we have two gifts. It's just a surprise gift.
Surprise gifts. Okay. University of Johannesburg doing a draw, surprise gifts, two of them. So here's the first draw. And the winner
Okay,
is
the winner, the first one is Garnet.
Garnet. Come to the chair here, please. The second one. Throw the second one.
Jody Haig. Second
Jody
gift.
Haig. Jody Haig. All right, and you're going to just give them a handshake and I'll take the picture. Come and stand here. Let's give these two winners a hand. Let's do the next one. Olga Mashilu, acting on behalf of the Transport Forum, the business director of the Transport Forum. She's doing a draw for a very nice security camera to the value of 1,000 rands. Okay, and the winner is.
Emza.
Emza, congratulations. Right, that's great. Next one is C-Track. C-Track, can you announce what the gift is, or is it a surprise?
It's a laptop bag. It's a laptop bag with a little bit of goodies in it.
Oh, excellent. That laptop
It's a
bag
surprise laptop bag.
had it everything.
Yes.
Thank you very much, C-Track. And the winner is
Ray Korshagan.
Karsagan, Ray Karsagan.
Right.
Hey, let me take the picture. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, C-Track. All right, the next one is Let's Go. And All right, the Bisco Prize, and that's for what? What are we drawing
It's
for?
a diploma in transport and logistics, CLT endorsed.
Good, that is good. Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry? I don't know.
Okay, good shuffle
Okay.
again.
All right. It's going to Ruth Mutasa.
Ruth, there we go. Let me take your picture. Right. Congratulations, Ruth. Thank you, Bisco. All right, now we've got JC Auditors. And that is what a very nice, I think it's a braai kit or something. No, very nice braai kit. Funny.
Make sure, no, and this is more.
That's, the lady is making a plan. That's it. She's making a plan. Great. All right, JC Auditors, a very nice braai kit. And the winner is, let me just get this thing on again.
Lady Diana Nyembe.
There you go. Let me take a picture while you're handing over. She's got good taste, this lady. She likes braai. Thank you very much. Good, good. Now Zutari.
Now,
And-
Harry, ladies and gentlemen, we are so generous. We want to give 3 prizes. Everybody must win something today. So our rules is you must be in the room to win a prize. If you are not here, we go to the next person.
Okay.
All right. So, ma'am, so that they don't blame me, can you pull on their behalf? Just all the cards are inside here.
Is it what is the prize?
The first prize is you are our guests on the 12th next week, 12th October at our 90th celebration. You will be the special VIP guest for me, and then you will also have something goodie. It's your surprise alone that you get it. So visit plus this.
Okay, thank you. And
Now the winner, strong. It believes strong together. Help me, strong. Oh, sorry, Harry. Strong together goes to.
the name is not on here.
What is the name?
Oh,
What is that? No, you can see now we're struggling, the
Maria.
3 of us.
Maria. Isn't it Maria?
Is that Maria?
From Silsa? Maria.
And
Moira.
Moira, are you
There you
here?
go. Moira. Okay.
Moira.
Let's hand over to Moira.
So you're my guest even next week. Okay. It's a perfect match. Yeah? Okay, there's Moira. Okay, congratulations.
Congratulations, Moira.
All right. So that's your goodie. All right. Now I'm combining this a consolation prize. You've got a nice cooler box. You put your nice water in there and you just go and picnic yourself. All right, ma'am. Let them not blame it to me. Let them not blame it to me. So blame her, and our winner in this case will be Sakile Wawandlovu. Yo, when is the big one? You are complaining nothing.
No, this is the big one. No, this is the big one. Pule,
This side.
Pule, come for, look at this side, okay. Ungipale sasa. Okay, it's yeah, the kitchen. This is not a kitchen train, Babundu. Okay,
Yeah.
the new one.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Congratulations.
All of that, you can nicely go and picnic Nkumbule at all times.
Yeah.
All right.
What
Thanks.
company?
Mzothatha.
Thank you. Right, and now we've got the announcement. CLT already had a winner early on today, so she just wants to announce the winner. Just get focused here.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Okay, so for SILT, we don't really have much of a draw because no one wants free education. So our one entry was Moses Rabotata.
Moses
If he's
Rabotata.
here. He just left.
But okay, maybe I'll give you his contact details then.
Okay. He even put them right here. So
Okay.
Moses, everyone.
Seems he was the only one. I'll give you his contact details.
Thank-
Ladies and gents, lots of fun. Lots of fun. I would like our host for the day, Dr. Josh, just to come and say a few words for us. Let's do it here. That's proper. Yeah, so switch is on. Where's the switch? There's 1, 2. Yes. There you go.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the Transport Forum, good afternoon once again. Yeah, it has been a great day for all of us. And I can tell you that always being at the Transport Forum is fun. And it has been indeed fun the whole of this day. So this afternoon, I would want to give my thanks to all of you for attending. I give my thanks to all of you for attending this event and for participating in a very good way. And for all the discussions that we have had. I want to give my thanks to all the presenters. I want to give my thanks to all the sponsors for sponsoring this event each and every time. My special thanks also goes to Eri for organizing this event throughout the year. He always does magic in these events, and we thank him for that. We thank our Regina for the coordination of this event. We thank you very much, Regina. And on behalf of myself and the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management from the University of Johannesburg, I say thank you very much and see you in the next Transport Forum event. Good evening and good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Josh. Ladies and gents, yeah, please drive safe. Nice to have everybody here. We will send you some information via email, also requesting your feedback on this event is very important. Remember that next Wednesday, we've got the event at UJ, at the hotel school at UJ, where Airbus is going to talk to us. Very interesting event. So please book for that event and we see you guys there. Thank you very much. Take care.